Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto and Shizune was a couple. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. After getting the details on the mission, the new Team 7 is out on the move, ready to meet up with Kabuto with information thanks to Sasori telling them after Lady Chiyo helped Sakura. The new team is Yamato and ex-Anbu captain Sae Boy, the piece of shit Danzo A.'s sign on the mission, Sakura Haruno Tsunade's apprentice, and finally our hero of the story Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Not that Sakura, Yamato, or Sae knew this. After 3 intense years training with Jiraiya, he is finally ready to bring the Uchiha back no matter what, even if he has to kill him. If y'all wonder what Naruto looks like, he looks like Naruto from Gutsy Ninja. So, we finally have a possible add-on. The Uchiha I'll finally get to pay Sasuke back for almost killing me. Thought Naruto as he's in deep thought. Do you think we'll get Sasuke-kun back? Asked Sakura while looking at Naruto. Yay, I'm sure of it, said Naruto, but Naruto couldn't help but feel not everything will go according to plan. After all, even the most simple missions Team 7 had always turned into an A-rank mission or S-rank. Waiting to ambush Kabuto, Naruto, Sakura, and Sae each find their own hiding place ready to spring in action. As Yamato transform into Sasori. It's been a long time, Lord Sasori, said Kabuto, who's wearing a cloak. That's, said a surprised Yamato, including Sakura except Sae and Naruto. About 5 years, said Kabuto. Were you followed? Said Yamato. It's just you and me, said Kabuto. How do you feel? Said Yamato. Well, I haven't shaken that strange sensation when your jutsu broke me, then remember who I was again. My head still feels clouded. So, it's Kabuto, kind obvious if you think about it, said Naruto. Yay, it's kinda crazy the Akatsuki spy is actually Kabuto, said Sakura. I have a few questions for you, said Yamato. I don't have much time, so please hurry, I risk my life sneaking out to meet you if Orochimaru finding out, said Kabuto, looking worried. I want information on Sasuke and the Orochimaru's hideouts, said Yamato, still staying in character. Orochimaru has a lot of hideouts. We keep moving to a different one every week so we won't be discovered. Of course we have hideouts in other nations. We have spies everywhere and eyes all over. There are so many to get around and to track them, said Kabuto. The current hideout, said Yamato. Right now Orochimaru is holed up on a small island on a lake just north of here. We leave in 3 days. Sasuke Uchiha is there as well. Oh, by the way, it was nothing, just a rabbit. Orochimaru is seen walking out. We should discuss the orders you gave to me, Sasori, said Kabuto. Little time skip. Why don't you signal out the 3 baby rats to come out behind you, said a smug Orochimaru, thinking he's superior to them. Yamato gives the signal for them to come out. Naruto then has an impassive and cold look. Look who came along, said Kabuto. I know that face all too well. It seems like the 9 tails came along, said Orochimaru, smirking. Let's find out who gotten stronger, you or Sasuke, said Orochimaru. Naruto getting annoyed at Orochimaru comparing him to Orochimaru. He then goes 3-tailed cloak and punches him, sending him away. Shut the hell up, annoying snake, growled Naruto. Naruto then looks back at Kabuto. You come a long way, Naruto, said Kabuto. Time skip. Orochimaru, don't compare me to that Uchiha, especially in front of me, said Naruto, glaring at Orochimaru with so much hate. Naruto then turns off the Biju cloak, shocking everyone who didn't know he can do that. Naruto then plus out 2 scrolls. He throws them up and 2 swords poofing out of existence. One of the sword is a long blue sword having a flow W or like gild and black wrap around its handle. The other sword is a blood red katana with a black gild and a black and red handle. Everyone couldn't help but gaze at the 2 swords. Naruto then RGES at Orochimaru, cutting him in precise cuts. Ugh, damn you Uzumaki, where did you learn to use swords? That fool never learned to use them, said Orochimaru as he uses his snakeskin jutsu. That's for me to know and you to never find out, said Naruto. Orochimaru shoots out a gust of wind. Naruto shots an air blast out of his palms, both wind colliding. It's a good thing I've learned Kenjutsu and went To Uzushiogakure to get some of the artifacts. Those idiots honestly thought my clan will just leave any of our weapons and artifacts with taking any measures to make sure only an Uzumaki can use the but those bastards did do a job destroying it. But there's no way Orochimaru can predict my Rukutsu no Ju, Bloody Queen, a katana that can eat and control blood, or Yoso Seifuku, Element Conquest, a katana that has the ability of fire, wind, water, air, earth, and lightning. It can also absorb the element and enhance the person's element nature. Naruto goes through hand signs and says, Futon, Repusho, Wind Release, Gale Palm. Orochimaru goes by his own and said, Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Naruto then shoots a gust of wind at Orochimaru through his mouth. Auric Amaru dodges, then pulls out his sword, both clashing with each other. Naruto then raises his red katana, transforming into the blood into disc, cuts off Orochimaru's hand. This is the end. Uzumaki Fuinjit. Stew. Sealing of the evil and corrupt, said Naruto, slamming his hand on Orochimaru, causing Orochimaru to fly into Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but smirked at job well done. Naruto then walks back with Orochimaru's sword in hand. While walking, Naruto is finally happy the Fuinjutsu went perfect and he can drop that fucking mask. As he walks back, he sees Kabuto with his chakra scalpel against Sakura. I see Naruto, but where's Orochimaru-sama? Asked Kabuto with a puzzled face. He's dead thanks to my Fuinjutsu. He's dead, and ever ability he knows is mine, said an impassive and cold Naruto. What the? Cheese, impossible. Some sorry excuse of a shinobi like you can kill Orochimaru-sama, yelled an enraged and unbelieving Kabuto, getting ready to kill Naruto. He charges with his chakra scalpel. Naruto raises his arm and shoots a white snake which bites on Kabuto, poisoning him. Ah! Yelled Kabuto. See, I told you I killed him and absorb his powers, said Naruto as he chokes Kabuto. Now you are going to talk. Is to the hideout, and if you don't you will experience how it feels to have a Rasengan grinding into your face, demanded Naruto, creating a one-handed Rasengan to Kabuto faces. As they are walking to the hideout, Sakura couldn't help to notice ever since he's been back he has been acting different. She thought he mature, but that couldn't be just it. Naruto, why did you absorb Orochimaru and why are you acting too cold? Said Sakura, thinking he will do what she asked. Haruno, shut up, you're irritating, growled Naruto, glaring at Sakura. I swear I don't even know how this annoying bitch is alive, but I am more surprised the Uchiha didn't kill her, thought Naruto as he continues on the hideout to finally bring Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto then thinks about Sai. He knows he has to get rid of the seal. I can remove the seal without Danzo, knowing the best bet is to kill him. The sooner the better. Old man, you were a fool for not dealing with Danzo when you had Itachi and Shisui, thought Naruto. He knew Tog Ether Danzo would stand no chance in hell, but since thinking about it won't help, he put it in the back of the dead. Sakura does have a point. Naruto, how did you absorb Orochimaru inside yourself? And Hi, said a serious Yamato, glancing at Naruto. I will inform you about the details after when we get back to the village, said Naruto. I wonder how Naruto changed so much from what I heard. He's a Hoth EAD hyperactive kid who doesn't know how to control Kyuubi chakra, but from what I've seen he's calm, cool, collect, and doesn't let his emotions get to him. I wonder, is this the cause of Jiraiya-sama try Ning, or was he always like this? Thought Yamato, nodding understanding. While Sakura was upset he wasn't going to tell her until the mission is over. How did you get so strong, Naruto? Where did you learn a powerful Fuinjutsu and those swords like that? Questioned Kabuto, trying to get some information out of him. Do you honestly think I'm stupid? I will tell scum like you anything, said Naruto, looking at Kabuto with an impassive face that would make Madara proud. Sai, I have a plan, said Naruto, looking at the emotionless Sai. What is it, Naruto? Said Sai with a fake smile. I want you to go EAD of us to lure him out, knowing Sasuke he can't help himself for showing off, said Naruto. Good plan, Naruto, I shall go head now, said Sai, running to the hideout. Are you sure that is a wise decision to have Sai go by himself? Said Akusku Sakura. Yes, but even though he knows we're coming it won't matter, said a cryptic Naruto. Sakura just gave up trying to figure out this new Naruto. Time skip. Naruto, Yamato, Sakura and Kabuto finally make it to the hideout. Naruto, what are you doing here and where is Orochimaru? Said a cold Sasuke with emotionless eyes. That's for me to know and for you to never find out. Uhicha, I'm taking you back to Konoha, said Naruto with his cold eyes glaring at Sasuke. But for anyone can do anything. Naruto unties Kabuto, unsheathed his Rukutsu no Ju thrustin' the blade into Kabuto chest. Everyone including Sasuke, Sai, and Kabuto. Why? Asked Asuka, stunned Kabuto with his eyes wide open, coughing out blood. It's simple really, to make you don't cause problems. Did you honestly think when this all over I would stop the poison? No, I got you into a sense of security to make you believe I will let you go. Wow, goodbye Kabuto, have fun in hell bastard, said Naruto. He then uses Rukutsu no Ju to absorb the blood in Kabuto's heart, killing him. Naruto then takes his sword out of Kabuto's chest. So, you've changed Naruto, you've took away the person who has helping me kill Itachi. Now I have to kill you for ruining my plans, said Sasuke, slowly pulling out his Chikudo. He charges at Naruto thinking it will be quick, but is surprised when Naruto blocks his Okudo with his Rukutsu no Ju. Both jump back. Sasuke unleashed his Chidori Senbon. Naruto quickly summons his gunbai similar to the one that Madara uses, but the handle is wrapped around in black tape. And the outline of the gunbai is royal blue. The fan has the Uzumaki whirlpool sign on it. Naruto then unleashes his wind cutter, cutting through the Chidori Senbon. Sasuke dodges. He then charges at Naruto, trying to cut him, but it is useless as he dodges the strikes skillfully. So, Sasuke has learned something from the snake, but it doesn't matter, thought Naruto as he sends out 50 white snakes. Suke skillfully cuts them in half, but 4 of them survive. They each bite onto him, injecting him with poison. You're probably wondering what kind of poison I inject you with. Well, it's a poison the eyes, but it only lasts 10 minutes, said Naruto calmly. He raises his gunbai, creating a wind wall that hits Sasuke against the wall. Naruto then appears in front of him, shocking him at how fast Naruto is. Naruto seals away his gunbai, pulling his Yoso Seifuku, Element Conquest, then channels Fire Element, clashes at Sasuke's shoulder, burning his right arm, causing Sasuke to scream. Everyone was surprised how powerful Naruto was and how ruthless he can be. Naruto then knells into of Sasuke. He then pulls Sasuke's right eye out, causing Sasuke to scream in pain at how Naruto pulled his eye out. Bastard, I'll kill you Naruto, I'll fucking kill you, yelled an enraged Sasuke, who tries to stab Naruto. It doesn't work as Naruto dodges. Naruto goes through hand signs, then yells, Futon Sodena Barakusuru. Wind release. Grand breakthrough, slamming his hand onto Sasuke's chest, thus causing purple symbols to go across his chest, arms and face, causing Sasuke to scream in pain. Naruto using this as a distribution action creates a clone, has the clone hold his head tight, and Naruto then rips out his left eye. With both eyes out, he pulls out a scroll and seals them. You're probably wonder what I put on you. It's similar to the jutsu the ward at blood prison use, but instead of burning your being cuts apart. It's very painful and seals off your chakra. Uhicha, said Naruto. Damn you Naruto. Naruto then knocks Sasuke out with a chop at the neck, then has his clone carry him. He meets up with his time. He sees a shocked Yamato, Sai, and crying Sakura. Mission complete Yamato, said Naruto as he and his clone who is carrying a half-burned and now blind with cuts Sasuke. Sakura stupidly charges at him to make Naruto pay for hurting her. Sasuke but failed. No shit. Naruto dodges her fist, grabs her hand, bends it it almost naps Naruto, then chokes Sakura. He lifts her in the air, causing Sakura to start coughing. If you ever try to touch me for whatever reason, when I'm done they're going to Tsunade to find what happened to you and think you were experimented on by Orochimaru. Do you understand me? Well, do you? Said Naruto as he squeezes her throat more. She nods. Naruto drops her on the ground. While looking at her he glares, promising nothing but pain. Yamato figures it's time to leave. He then seals Kabuto body. Alright Team 7, mission complete. Good job everyone, especially you Naruto, you too. Okay, control of the situation and handle it, a true leader, said Yamato as he praises Naruto on a good job. After moving out and back to the hideout and back to the village, the trip back was silent. After they show their passes to the gate watchers, they then went into a Hokage office. Then they got there, they told the security they had to speak to the Hokage about their mission. When they enter they see Tsunade laying her head on the desk with drooling coming out her mouth. Everyone couldn't help but to sweat drop except for Sai. Before they can wake her up, Shizune runs inside upon seeing her master's Leaping, she shakes her to wake her up. When Tsunade wakes up, she is surprised to see a scratched up Yamato, a dried teared Sakura, an emotionless Sai, and an unscratched Naruto with his clone and a heavy damage. Mission complete. Good work Team 7, but I have to know why Sasuke is missing his eyes, asks Tsunade with a neutral tone, trying not give away how she's actually feeling. It was Naruto Baka, it's his fault. Sasuke-kun as before. She can finish. She found herself on the head, gripping her head, looking at who hit her. It was no shock, it was Naruto with an annoyed, irritated face. I thought I told you to shut up. You're irritating and you're disgrace to Kunoichi. We're right here, no need to fucking hell. Haruno, if you do and I'll break your arms in so many places. Tsunade wouldn't be able to heal your weak ass, said Naruto, glaring at her while everyone is shocked except Yamato and Sai, since they have seen Naruto act ruthless before. But to your question, Tsunade, I did take his eyes, I took them. Sin. I believe in he ever awaken Mangekyo, it only cause problems to I remove the problem, said a calm Naruto. He then explained what happened on the mission. Naruto, how you absorbed Orochimaru, questioned Tsunade as she really wants to know. Before I answer question, I want everyone but Yamato and Shizune to leave. I don't know Sai really, and I don't trust Sakura with this kind of information, said Naruto. I understand Sakura. Sai, you two are dismissed, said Tsunade in a tone that says don't question her. Yes my lady, Tsunade-sama, said both Sakura and Sai. Okay, you take the UHICHA to Anbu so they can lock him up, said Naruto to his clone. The clone then left. Okay Naruto, explain, demanded Tsunade. I was when they left. Tsunade, I use a fuinjutsu on Orochimaru, sealing himself in me. This seal is my own creation, it's called Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. Akuta Fuai Shita no Shiru, Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. Sealing of the evil and corrupt, it a seal where it absorbs the techniques and abilities it also abso. RBS, the chakra of the person who's being absorbed, thus killing them in the process, said Naruto, looking impassive where Tsunade, Shizune, and Yamato is shocked. The seal is so complicated it rivals the Reaper Death Seal. Shizune couldn't help herself from being amazed at the person who she consider a brother. Is that all, Tsunade? Asked Naruto. Tsunade nods her head. Naruto then walks himself out. I can't believe Naruto-kun created a seal like that. I think it surpasses anything Jiraiya-sama has ever created, said an astonished Shizune, who still grasping how powerful and skilled Naruto is. She wasn't the only one who thought about it. Okay, everyone dismissed. That includes you to Shizune. I'm pretty sure everyone can use a break after today's information. We will discuss what to do with Sasuke next week. As everyone walks out, Tsunade couldn't have think what Naruto will do. They official have another seal master who is Uzumaki. No wonder the clan was destroyed. They were incredibly powerful. I want how strong Mito Ba-chan was. Tsunade couldn't help herself to shiver. With Naruto 30 minutes later, Naruto is seen walking around the village with his hands in his pocket. He walks into the Dango's hop where he sees Shizune drinking a bottle of sake. He walks over there, making sure no one tries to take advantage. Hey Shizune ne-chan, what are you doing? Said Naruto with a raised. Ooh Naruto-kun, it's you. I'm drinking sake because I had a long stress for day, said a tipsy Shizune. Naruto then takes the bottle and take her out the shop. Where are we going, Naruto-kun? Asked Shizune, gazing at high. We're going to Ramen Ichiraku, where at least there some pervert won't try anything, said Naruto, who was concerned about her after reaching the shop. Quote question mark. Ah my boy Naruto-kun and Shizune, what would you like? Said a smiling Chuki. I'll have 5 miso ramen, said a smiling Naruto. I'll have 2 shrimp ramen and 5 bottles of sake, said a tipsy Shizune. Naruto couldn't help but sign. Naruto orders 5 miso ramen and Shizune has 2 shrimp ramen. After eating 3 bowls of ramen, Shizune tells Naruto about her day, dealing with paperwork, having to put up with people at the hospital, running around the office trying to keep Tsunade sober, my water and electric bill being cancelled. You would think being Tsunade assistant would pay good and working at the hospital, but no, I'm just letting off some steam, said Shizune as she takes a drink while Naruto is just listening to her. I can tell when you were fighting Sasuke you were letting off some steam. What for? I mean, I thought you and Sasuke are friends. When he didn't answer, she slid a saucer of sake to the eating blonde. If all else fails, get them drunk. Both had a long day. He stared down at the shallow cup with a small frown, already reeling from the strong, bitter smell of alcohol. What's wrong? Shizune asked, a challenging grin with a raised eyebrow on her face. Is Uzumaki Naruto afraid of little Sake and not going up against Orochimaru? The blonde growled in the back of his throat. He knew it was the alcohol making her like this, doing his best to ignore her. I honestly didn't think you would back down from a challenge, PFFT. I guess I should have known you were all talk and no action. Shut up already, he growled, startling the old man behind the counter. He grabbed the shallow dish and downed wide grin that was ready to rip Shizune's face apart. She began to laugh when choking and sputtered due to the burn that accompanied the strong liquid. Well, look at you, I guess you do have balls. Here, have another. She led his dish and stared at him expectantly. After recovering enough to speak, Naruto shot her his meanest glare and pushed the cup away. Yeah, no way. I don't understand how people like you, Tsunade or Anko, even like this crap. What? This stuff. Lifting the dish to her mouth, swallowed the alcohol without as much as a cough. Only a child couldn't handle a little sake. To be honest, she was starting to get low-key drunk of the sake. Naruto looked just a little bit blurry as compared to a few seconds ago. Ugh, fine. Just gimme it, damn it. He snatched the cup off of the counter, boisterous Why drinking and swallowing another serving? He somehow managed to avoid choking, and satisfied that he'd successfully downed the fluid, shot her a challenging look. You were saying. Unfortunately for him, Shizune wasn't quite done. She motioned for the shop owner to bring her another couple bottles of sake, much to the old Tsuki Chargen. It wasn't his place to tell a customer what they should and shouldn't be doing. As much as he wants to put a stop to the drinking game, he knew nothing short of knocking the young people out would end their dangerous play. With a heavy sigh, he placed 2 more bottles onto the counter. Frowning as the girl immediately set about refilling their saucers. 2 cups, she taunted, staring him in the eyes. Only a bitch can't handle more than that. She threw back another serving of sake before slamming it back down, grinning when he did the same. She watched amused as his eyes seemed to cross for a second, and briefly wondered if hers were doing the same. The game continued for many rounds, each of them managing to get down 15 servings of sake. By now the entire restaurant was blurry except for certain items coming in and out of focus at random times. She suddenly remembered her original goal, and casually drinking another saucer of sake, she turned in the direction she believed Naruto was seated, at least she hoped. So, what are you so mad about? She slurred, body wavering so slightly. The blonde too drank another cup and just shrugged. I don't know, seems kinda stupid now. After all the trainin' I did, everyone thinks so low of me, Yano. What Sakura said when I first came about, she said we will take back Sasuke-kun. She never asked how my trainin' was or what I did. But when I showed how strong I am, she suspects me to tell her everything. She wasn't change at all. Even after bringing Sasuke, who just had his right arm burnt and eyes ripped out, didn't even thank me. All she did was scold me like brought the fucker back and no thanks. As if understanding what he was talking about, when she really didn't know what fuck he was saying. Shizune gaily nodded her head. Yeah, that's some real fucked up shit there. I know what dat feels like. The ramen store owner could only shake his head in exasperation as Shizune titled one of her many bottles in the air, swallowing everything that was left by the small blue container. Oi, old, gimme more, she yelled, slamming her hand on the countertop. Finally drawing the line, Toichu grabbed the empty bottles and pulled them back into the kitchen, tossing them into the recycle bin sitting next to the sink. I'm cutting you 2 off for the night. I don't want to be responsible for you guys getting alcohol poisoning. The kunoichi growled viciously and flipped the man off with a perfectly manicured finger, pushing herself into what she assumed was a standing position. Fuck you, lame fuck, tosser. Come on Naruto, let's go, we outcha here. The blonde shot the surprised store owner a middle finger, and tossing him some bills onto the wooden surface, staggered out of the roadside stand with Shizune leaning against him for support. Tsuki could only sigh as the 2 of them walked right into a telephone pole, nearly causing it to uproot and fall over. If those 2 were supposed to be Konoha's future, they were all fucked royalty. Shit, main, did ya see da look on dat punk bitch's face when we flipped him off? Shizune practically shouted as they swaggered towards the residential district. Naruto laughed out loud, showing everyone one of his clear white teeth. Fuck yeah, you. S1 fucking dope badass for a chick you know dat. I'm serious man, you're like the realest awesomeness bitch I know. The kunoichi couldn't help but laugh with him, having to hold her arm out in front of herself to keep them from falling over. Nah my dude, you're pretty boss as fuck yourself. Shit, I dunno why the hell you don't got a girlfriend. You gay or somethin'. He laughed again, nearly tripped over his own feet for the 6th time since they'd set out for. Where da heller we're goin' anyway? Naruto asked, the first smart thing that had come out his mouth since he started drinking. Shizune flashed him a flirtatious grin. There were 2 types of drunks in the world, happy drunks, and sad drunks. Happy drunks tended to become exceedingly horny, flirtatious, and happy. Sad drunks tended to becoming suicidal, depressed, and an all-around horrible person to be around. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your point of view, Shizune was a happy drunk. To my place. She led him up the stairs to her flat, holding onto the railing for dear life as she ascended. It didn't help that the entire world was spinning around her, nor that she was having trouble figuring out which was way up and EHICH way was down. Luckily for both of them, her apartment was the first door at the top of the stairs, otherwise, there was a strong chance one or both of them would have fallen over the protective railing fencing in the 2nd floor. After fumbling around in her black kimono for 2 minutes looking for her keys, she pouted slightly and glanced back at the blonde behind her. Help me out here, I can't find my fucking keys. Naruto blinked in confusion for a few seconds, staring at her as if she'd grown another head. He eventually understood who she wanted him to do, and with a small grunt, he jammed his large hand into her kimono back pockets to help her look. The girl squealed loudly at the contact, uncharacteristically breaking into a fit of giggles. Fuckin', Perv Jiraiya-sama has changed you. Smirking wildly, Naruto squeezed her ass through her pants, causing her to shriek again. She pressed herself snugly up against his larger body, shivering when she felt his shallow breath against her neck. He reeked of ramen and cheap sake, but then again, so did she. The feel of something hard more comfortable spot. It wasn't until he groaned softly into her ear that she understood what the object that was poking her was. Giggling once again, she deliberately rubbed herself against him, pretending to still be searching for her keys. For his part, Naruto felt like he was in heaven and hell at the same time. The immense amounts of pleasure he was receiving was murder on his nervous system, and he briefly wondered if it was her goal to drive him mad with her damn teasing. Luckily for him, he was temporarily put off of his misery when she finally emerged with a small set of keys. Found them, she exclaimed, jiggling the pieces of metal in front of his eyes. She reluctantly stepped away from his body, and after 10 or 11 tries, managed to smoothly slip the correct key into the lock. She quickly opened and stumbled into the door, loudly banging the doorknob against the adjacent wall. Her mind didn't even register the noise, however, she was focused on one thing and one thing only, Naruto Uzumaki. Shizune pulled him into our apartment and shut the door behind him as if sealing his fate. Her eyes were dark with lust, and rushing up to the equally horny blonde, she roughly shoved him against the door and slammed her lips to his in a sloppy kiss. Their hands roamed over each other's bodies, feeling, touching, and thoroughly molesting everything they could. It hadn't even occurred to her that his was her first kiss, nor that she had absolutely no idea what or why she was doing it. All she knew was that it felt damn good. "NN na Naruto-kun," she moaned, breaking the kiss to tilt her head back in bliss. This was far better any romance novel or story she'd ever heard, and 10 times more intense. What the fuck had she been missing out on for all her life? She moaned again when he attacked the newly exposed skin of her neck, licking and sucking at the tender flesh as if his life depended on it. It felt so fucking good that she couldn't help but wonder if he'd done this before. Not wanting to be easily outdone, she slipped her hands into the front of black pants, sliding the appendages lower and lower until they gripped something both hard and soft at the same time. She couldn't help but marvel at how pulsing organ was, and how large it felt in comparison to her calloused hands. A smile broke out on her face when he stopped his attack on her neck long enough to groan, and she instantly knew that she'd gained control again. "Bedroom," he muttered, breaking the lip lock enough for her to answer. She pointed to her left and latched her lips onto his again, hanging on for dear life as he walked the both of them to her queen-sized bed. Unfortunately for both of them, Naruto found it nearly impossible to navigate through the dark apartment drunk, even more so with a vigorously beautiful active young woman in his arms. After much stumbling, crashing, and pain, he eventually made it to the oh-so-wholly vigorously beautiful active young woman in his arms. After much stumbling, crashing, and pain, he eventually made it to the oh-so-holy sanctuary known as Shizune's bedroom. Without so much as a warning, he threw her back first onto the feather-filled mattress before jumping onto the bed after her, fully intending to continue their amorous activates. He wasn't counting on Shizune expertly rolling him onto his back so that she was straddling him. He watched wide-eyed as she reached into the pouch, still attached to the back of her pants kimono, and emerged with a medic knife, effortlessly slicing the vest and shirt open down the front and ripping it off of him. Having had enough of her delicious torture, he suddenly sat up on the bed, evoking a small meep from the smaller petite girl on top of him. Naruto grabbed the bottom of her kimono and began to untie and pull it off, smirking slight. Li Wenshi earnestly lifted her arms above her head to assist him. The thing had to be every bit of 7 inches long, pretty impressive considering what she'd heard and read about a man's penis. For the first time since they'd started, she felt a small bit of ear edging out of overwhelming lust permeating throughout her body. She wasn't sure if that thing would fit in her admittedly petite body without bursting through her cervix first. Luckily both of them, her lust far outweighed the fear, and she hurriedly stripped off her own pants and straddled the now very nervous Naruto. She gripped his pulsating rod and placed at the entrance to her vagina, bitter lip as she stared down into his cerulean blue eyes. Scared, he slowly shook his head, a tiny smile appearing on his still somewhat childish face. Hell no. Good. Closing her eyes tightly, she leaned forward and captured his lips in another kiss before all but slamming herself down onto him. While it did hurt a bit, the pain wasn't nearly as bad as she'd thought it would be. She chalked the small phenomenon up to the fact that she was a kunoichi, drunk, and that her hymen had been broken years ago while training. Still, shish. He broke the kiss and leaned forward onto his chest, struggling to get used to the feeling of having something so large inside of her. It was a strange feeling, but not all unpleasant. She felt, well, full. Are you a light? Naruto asked, awkwardly rubbing her back as she leaned against him. She nodded into his chest, as if confirming answer. Shizune slowly began to move against him. The effect was immediate. Both Junin gasped put out in pleasure, unused to the intense feelings emanating from their conjoined genitals. Everything they'd done up until this point was like child's play compared to the main event. She paused momentarily to catch her breath, barely able to believe that something so simple could feel so fucking good. She rested for a few more seconds before resuming their act, ending against him at a much quicker pace than before. Every nerve in her body felt like it was being dipped into a pool of molten lava, and she was forced to leave her mouth wide open lest she suffocate. Naruto placed light, slow kisses along the side of her neck and collarbone, wrapping his right arm around her waist to help her slide against him. It took every ounce of his concentration not to explode. Fuck, I'm not gonna last long if you go that fast. Still, Shizune paid him no mind and increased her pace even more, shaking the entire bed with her movements. She was exceedingly glad to her mattress was stuffed with feathers rather than coil springs, otherwise, she's certain that she would have awakened the entire building with her activates. Her face slick with sweat, she once again leaned forward to kiss him, practically jamming her tongue down his throat in the process. The slow burning in the bottom of her stomach was now a raging maelstrom, and breaking off the kiss once again, shish. He leaned back to fully enjoy the pleasures Naruto was bestowing upon her. Naruto, she stuttered, her eyelids half closed and her mouth open. I'm. At that moment, her body suddenly stiffened and jerked on top of him. A loud shriek tearing its way out of her throat as her eyes shot open in bliss. She felt herself thrown into vicious spasms, and her toes curled and uncurled with delicious pleasure. Shortly after, her partner joined her in the throes of passion. Ah, fuck, he yelled, feeling himself begin to jerk and spasm like Shizune had done only moments before. He felt some Ething shoot out of his painfully erect penis as his body exploded in pleasure, and he tightly closed his eyes to clear away the millions of stars flying around in front of him. It took both of them a full 5 minutes to come down from temporary high known as orgasm, and the two Junin relaxed against each other in post-coital bliss. It was easily the most thrilling and heart-pumping encounter at either of them had ever the pleasure of experiencing. Naruto slowly leaned until he was fully reclining against the soft, downy mattress. The Ravenet lay wantonly on top of him, already feeling consciousness begin to creep in at the edges of her vision. That was fucking amazing, Shizune drawled, leaning her head on his muscular chest. The blonde below her laughed lightly. Amazing, don't begin to describe that. She nodded her head minutely to show that she agreed before closing her eyes to get some well-deserved rest. Shizune groggily opening her eyes, narrowing her coal orbs in a futile attempt to block out the sunlight. Groaning, she pushed herself up onto her haunches, a move she really regretted when her head began to pound and throb as if a miniature pair of rhinos were gaily stomping around inside of her brain. On second thought, it felt more like someone slamming a jackhammer repeatedly on her forehead. It was much closer to what she was feeling. He couldn't help but shiver from the cool morning air, and then thought about not needing to go into work today, lying back down on the warm, fleshy surface of her bed. Chapter 2. It took her 8 meters. Anutes to realize the beds weren't supposed to be warm and fleshy but instead of soft and cozy. Panicking, she pushed her up into a crawling position and looked down at the lightly tanned skin below her. It looked like someone's chest, and a male's at that. Staring down at her own of undress, she instantly made the heart-stopping connection that she'd slept with him. His heavily muscled chest rose and fell every few seconds, signaling that whoever was probably still asleep, and she closed her eyes, silent praise to Kami to grant her just one simple wish. Please, please don't let it be Kakashi or Yamato. Holding her breath in anxiousness, she opened her eyes and took a good look at the person's face. She let the breath go in relief when, instead of one of her colleges, one Uzumaki Naruto unconscious beneath her. Shortly after, she screamed. Naruto snapped awake in an instant, hopping up and nearly throwing the girl on top of him onto the floor, his eyes narrow with caution as he quickly and efficiently scanned the room for enemy shinobi, his body smooth transitioning into basic defensive stance. That was a mistake. Not even a second later, his body crumbled to the floor in pain, and he was forced to hold his throbbing blonde head in his hands. Ah, damn it, he growled, pressing his forehead against the cool carpet of her room. He was hard-pressed to think of a time when he'd ever experienced so much pain at once. And it took every ounce of his willpower not to begin screaming and slamming his head against the floor in an attempt to relieve some of the pain. It didn't really help with Shizune was still screaming. Luckily for him, she finally ran out of breath, panting with both exertion and what he presumed to be fear and shock. It took him a few more seconds, but he eventually pulled himself off of the floor and grabbed one of her bed sheets. Here, he muttered, holding the cloth out with reddish cheeks. Shizune gave a small thanks, grabbed the sheets from his hand and wrapped it around herself. Staring at him the entire time. What are you doing here? Yelled a blushing and confused Shizune while trying to cover herself from Naruto seeing anything. While he managed to find his black boxers and slip them on. Plopping back down on the girl's feather-stuffed bed. The last thing I remember is walking around the village after giving Tsunade my mission report. I saw you drinking sake in a dango shop. So, I took you ramen ichiraku after, then you got me drinking with you and we ending up here, said Naruto as he calmly retailing his tale. He silently swears to never drinking alcohol or drinking alcohol with a woman he rather remember his first time. How Naruto-kun, you're rather calm about this whole thing, said a surprised Shizune still gripping her head. I honestly thought you would make a fuss about it and saying something about me taking advantage of you, said Shizune. Well, I've always been calm and collected. I just fooled everyone thinking I'm an idiot, sigh. Naruto rubbing his head trying to soothe the headache. I'm going to make coffee, said Shizune as she grabs her bathrobe hanging in the doorknob of her bedroom and quickly slipped it over her shoulders, allowing the bedsheet to pool around her ankles. Shizune limped out of the large room, wincing as she felt a few of the bones in her lower back snap back into place. Every area of her body dull throbbed with pain, especially the small area around her pelvis. Still, she was strangely satisfied to see that Naruto too had a little bit of trouble walking to her kitchen least she gave. As good as she got. The blonde slowly eased himself into one of her kitchen chairs, wincing at the tenderness of his prize and joy. He didn't know what the fuck happened last night, but for some reason, it felt as if a band of giant wild gorillas had their way with him. He quickly shook his head from even imagining something like that. "Want coffee?" she asked, the question coming out as more of a statement than an actual inquiry. Seeing his unfocused face, "Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun," said Shizune, trying to get his attention. Oh sorry, what did you say?" said Naruto, finally out of his daze now. Paying attention to the raven-haired woman. "I said, do you want coffee?" said Shizune. She then gets a nod from Naruto, giving him the coffee. Naruto enjoys the taste of coffee. Shizune leaned her back against the sink. She then gazes at Naruto. "Listen Naruto, I don't know who did what or why, but I think it's best don't read too much in it. No matter how you look at it, last night was an accident. I think it's best we forget what happened last night and don't try a repeat performance." Naruto then gives a nod. It was true, it was a mistake, but at least he was having this conversation with Shizune instead of someone irritating like Sakura or Ino. "I agree this was a mistake Shizune, so it's best if we don't try to perform this again or speak of it. I honestly doubt we act like this never happened," said Naruto, looking at Shizune while she's shocked and stunned at Naruto. She thought he would out arguing with her and blaming her and yelling at her. "Yeah, that's right, I'm sorry Naruto, it's just, I'm surprised you agree with me and didn't have a huge fit or complaining it's my fault," said blushes Shizune, no feeling guilty for thinking Naruto hasn't changed even though she saw him earlier in her master's office. While drinking the coffee, Naruto couldn't help but stare at the young woman. "You know Shizune, you look good." Shizune choked on her coffee, taking a huge spit take. What? Why did you I something like that Naruto?" stutters Shizune, not used to the compliment while having her face red, not really know how to respond. "I was just making an observation Shizune. I thought someone as attractive as you would got many compliments," coolly said Naruto, sipping on his coffee. Staring at the blushing and shuddering Shizune. "Well, I'm leaving, see ya Shizune ne-chan," said Naruto as he picks up his pants, Anbu-like vest, and torn shirt and sliver gauntlet. "Okay, see you around Naruto," said a blushing Shizune, not really knowing what else to say after sleeping with Naruto and seeing this new Naruto Uzumaki. Hell, even when she went clothes shopping she saw him. Hey Naruto-kun, said a fidget looking at Naruto. "Hello Shizune, it seems like you've been following me," said a smirking Naruto. Shizune couldn't help but blush at be a stalker. No, not all, I would never do that Naruto-kun, how do I know you didn't follow me?" Shizune glares at Naruto. Seeing her glare at him, he just stares back at her impassive. Shizune then sighs at Naruto, serious she was scared of this new Naruto and kind of mad at him for excusing her of following him. Later Naruto, said Shizune, walking away from his serious and cold side is really starting to annoy her. It's finally next Monday, time to discuss what to do with Sasuke Uchiha. Inside the Hokage office is Tsunade, a serious and confident Naruto, a nervous-looking Shizune, Sakura, a fake smiling Sai, Jiraiya, Yamato, and Kakashi. "Okay, now that we are all here, now it's time to discuss what to do with Sasuke," said a calculating Tsunade, glazing at everyone. "What do you mean, master? I thought we're going to give Sasuke-kun new eyes," said a clueless Sakura. Naruto then scoffed at the idea, everyone except Jiraiya knowing how Naruto hates traitors. Everyone looked at Naruto wondering why he'd scoff. They thought he would want Sasuke to have new pair of eyes. It's obvious, kill the Uchiha scum. If we gave him new eyes he would want revenge. Besides, a dead Uchiha is better a live one. Not to mention he can join his fucking pathetic clan in hell. With piercing eyes, everyone couldn't but be shocked at what he was saying. "How can you say that, Naruto Baka? First you blind him. Now you want him dead. You're just jealous of him, aren't you?" screeched Sakura. She was about to him, but Naruto slapped her across the face, then choking her, lifting eye. Kakashi couldn't help but be surprised at Naruto. Haruno, you are an idiot. Why the fuck would I be jealous of a brat with a superior complex? He's nothing but trashed, besides I've always hated him. Naruto, what are you saying? Sasuke and Sakura are your friends, said Kakashi, trying to calm him down. As that so? Do friend confidently belittle your friend, insult them, or hitting them for dumbest reasons, said glaring at Kakashi. Kakashi, your ideals are pathetic as you are now. If you two are done, can we get on with this? Naruto then drops Sakura on the floor. Ah yes, let's continue, said Tsunade, gazing at Team 7. I have looked at all the options to do with Sasuke, and the only choice is to kill Sasuke. He is a traitor of the village, not just a traitor, but he's a criminal for joining Orochimaru. He also attacked fellow Konoha shinobi. But master, enough. Sakura, I am the Hokage. This is not a democracy. This is an order from your Hokage. Sakura, this is not up for suggestion. Now get he hell out. Order a stern Tsunade. Sakura lowers her head, then walks at the door, going to the hospital. So it's decided. Sasuke Uchiha will die, and I will reveal the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Say as it's time for everyone to see the Uchihas as who they really are, powered-hungry people, said Tsunade. Everyone gave understood nod. Okay, you all may go except Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shizune. They all stayed behind. So, what you want to discuss? Tsunade-chan, said Jiraiya with his goofy smirk. I want Naruto to execute him, since if anyone deserves this, it's you. Naruto, after all, he did almost killed you. Is this all you wanted to talk about? Said Naruto, gazing at her. Yes, it is, said Tsunade. She couldn't help but be saddened at how Naruto has changed. Jiraiya leaves through the window while Naruto shunshin out, leaving wind and leaves. Shizune, are you okay? You've been looking tired. You should go to the hospital. I've heard there's been a cold going around, said a worried Tsunade. Shizune as about to reject, but she has been feeling a little tired, more than usual. Yeah, I've been feeling tired and a little sick. Tsunade-sama, I think I'll go see you later. Tsunade-sama, said a tired-looking Shizune. Lately, for a whole week, Shizune was been feeling more tired than usually. Was weird for her since she's so energetic. But lately she's been feeling tired but also sick. Just yesterday morning before work she was throwing up. Usually she's used to running around the office, but these past days she's been feeling real sick. Just yesterday she had to go home from not feeling good, but luckily that day Ino Yamenka had her cover. That day she spent most of her day throwing up, feeling nausea, and having a weird craving for shrimp barbecue sushi, teriyaki orange beef sticks, honey fried rabbit ramen, and katsu. She's even been going to the bathroom a lot lately. Sometimes at work she'll snap at one of her coworkers, like on Thursday this on-girl bumped to her in the hospital and she called the GIRL a cross-eyed Down syndrome salamander, then quickly apologize. She just hope all her fears aren't true. While walking to the hospital she couldn't but feel tired. After 20 minutes she finally arrives at the hospital. She goes into the door. There is one of the medic ninjas, Ningyo Tsunofuruku, a pale-looking woman around the age of 29 with light green bob haircut and brown eyes. Hello Shizune-senpai. What are you doing here? Said the astounded Ningyo. I've been feeling sick and tired lately. I'm used to running around the Hokage office, but lately, said a nervous Shizune. Ningyo was staring at Shizune strangling Ningyo, then realized the symptoms, but she had to be sure what she thinks is true. Okay, I'm going to be asking you questions. How long since you have been throwing up in the mornings? Asked Ningyo. 4 days ago, said Shizune. Have you been experiencing symptoms like this before? No, just recently. What are your symptoms? I've been vomiting, feeling dizzy and some soreness. Now feeling nervous and scared. Does it come and go, or is it constant? The dizziness and vomiting comes and goes. Does it affect your feelings, home life, or work life? If so, how much? Sort of. I never feel like doing anything. So it affects it a lot. Yes, they have. Really? That's interesting. Do you take any medications, supplements, or herbal remedies? No, I haven't. Why? Yes, it was with this guy 2 months ago. Ningyo then pulls out a pregnancy test. Okay, I will need to take off your underwear and panties. Lie down on the examining table. Shizune stiffly nodded again. Doin' as she asked in a slow and careful manner. Her entire body felt numb with fear, and an odd sinking feeling began to settle in her stomach. All done. It'll only take a few more seconds to print out the sonogram. So you can put your pants back on. The meantime, feeling oddly cold, She quickly snatched her clothing from the small basket next to the bed and pulled them on. Unfortunately, it did little to warm her up. She fidgeted nervously from her spot next to the table, biting her lip and cracking her knuckles to calm herself down. Didn't she say it'd only take a few seconds? The sound of printer cranking up interrupted her thoughts, and she eagerly watched as the doctor grabbed a letter-sized piece of black paper from the machine. "So, what does it say?" she pretty much yelled, studying her fellow collage face for any sign of hint. Ningyo slowly looked up from the games, meeting Shizune's fearful eyes. "You're pregnant." I'm. Shizune stared in absolute disbelief at Ningyo, eyes wide and body limp from the sudden information. The medic Nin slowly nodded her head, and shortly after, the Junin collapsed on the floor. "Shizune," she yelled, kneeling down next to her. "Shizune, get a hold of yourself." She quickly stretched the woman out until she was lying completely horizontal, biting her lip in mild worry. She then checked Shizune's pulse, and feeling the strong throbbing against her fingertips, she deduced that the Junin had fainted. "Not that I can blame her," she muttered to herself. Ningyo turned the slightly younger Kunoichi's head to the side and placed her full dead jacket underneath her legs to elevate them, marginally increasing blood flow to the brain. She formed a few seals and pumped a small amount of chakra into her left hand, placing it gently on Shizune's forehead. 2 seconds later, her eyes fluttered open to stare up at the medic Nin. She blinked a few times in surprise and tried to sit up, but a strong hand against her chest held her down. "You shouldn't get up right away. You'll only faint again." Shizune sighed and nodded as best she could from her position. "I don't suppose me being pregnant was a dream, then." When Ningyo shook her head, she sighed again and turned to look up at the ceiling. "I didn't think so. Although I know that this is probably the last thing you want to think about, we should really discuss what you're going to do next." The Junin shifted her eyes to look at the older woman. "What I'm going to do next?" "Yes. You need to decide whether or not you're going to have the baby, or if you're going to abort it." Shizune noticeably stiffened at the proposition. Abort the baby. While it was true that she definitely didn't think she was ready to raise any kids, the fact of the matter was that the human growing inside of her belly was hers. Hers. "And, do you know who the father is?" Her face gave a widened expression, immediately alarming the already worried medic Nin. It was part of her job to offer counseling and support for her patients. But she'd never been good at offering advice when it came to relationships. "Yes, I know who he is." Ningyo let loose a small breath of relief. At least Shizune wouldn't have to go through this situation alone. "That's good. You should talk to him, and you two can make a decision together as to what to do with the baby together. Even better, you can bring him here when you come for your next checkup." Mischievous gleam appeared on the Junin's face, putting the medic Nin on edge. She'd seen that look before, more often than not on her Hokage. "Yes, of course that would good." "Well, that's good," Ningyo asked, blinking a little in surprise. "I'll make sure he's here for the next checkup." The eerie calm with which she spoke caused a brief shudder to go through the green-haired medic Nin. And she mentally began to pray for the poor soul who'd knocked her up. If he was lucky, he'd escape with his baby-making equipment intact. Shizune slowly got to her feet and began to leave the room. Catching Ningyo off guard, "Shizune-senpai, please wait. We still need to talk about what you're going to do." The Junin stopped in the doorway, surprising shooting glare over her shoulder. "We can talk later. If you'll excuse me, I have a certain blondes to poison." With that, she disappeared from the room, leaving a confused Ningyo in her wake. "Blonde, where the hell is he?" Shizune grumbled, stalking down the sidewalk of the market district for the second time that day. With her fingers clenched and face fixed into a frown, civilians and shinobi alike made sure to stay out of the Junin's way. One didn't piss off one of Konoha's medics who was trained by Tsunade. She'd checked all of his usual places at least twice since she'd left the hospital: Ichiraku Ramen, the shinobi surplus store, the Hokage Tower, his apartment, and even Team 7 old training grounds. Oddly enough, Naruto was nowhere to be found, something she found quite ironic since she'd been seeing around for the past month and a half. Feeling a bit woozy from all of the running around, she quickly looked for a place to cool down and get out of the hot summer sun. Konoha was famous for its extreme heat wave. with temperatures comparing to those of Suna in the summertime, a fact that positively astounded her. Her eyes scanned the area around her, a weary hand shielding her eyes from the blinding sunlight. She smiled as she spotted the Konoha Central Park in the distance, and remembering the especially large trees they had inside, she quickened her pace until she was safely inside of the huge enclosure. Once inside, Shizune wasted no time in finding the closest bench and plopping down onto it, fuck being prim and ladylike. After seating herself, she once again set about thinking of places the serious blonde could be. Was he on a mission? Visiting friends in another village? Maybe dead? She was beginning to get a headache from thinking so hard, and the loud, boisterous log HTER of some asshole nearby wasn't helping anything. The Junin blinded in surprise and shock when she realized that man's laughter sounded oddly familiar, almost remind her of someone. Shizune jumped to her feet and practically ran towards the voice, ignoring the queasy feeling in the bottom of her stomach from getting up so fast. As she pushed her way through a particularly thick bush, her eyes landed on the park's large and colorful jungle gym. Nearly a dozen children were playing around and in the contraption, and spotting a particularly bright tuft of blonde hair, she felt a positively evil smirk spread across her face. "Found you," she seethed, her smirk growing into a mischievous smile. Just watching Naruto play with the children so carelessly made her mad. While she was pregnant, tired, and stressed out, he was off entertaining a bunch of 4- and 5-year-olds. The way he could make friends with anyone even when he took off his mask, it was another thing that agitated her. Balling her fists at her sides, she fully intended to give him a piece of her mind. Much to her chagrin, however, she found that she couldn't move. Whether he intended to or not, he already warmed her heart when they first met. Watching him run around and laugh like a child touched something inside of her. It made her feel as though things would be all right, and that together, they could get through this. In fact, now that she thought about it, Naruto had always been the supportive and caring type, even now that he's back. What the hell was she worried about? She lifted a hand to her mouth. "Naruto," she called, using her other hand to wave him over. Both the blonde and kids turned around to look at her with curious expressions, but Naruto's turned into surprise. He raised his eyebrow, giving a questioning face, pulled down his eyes and stuck his tongue out, making all the other kids laugh. Shizune's face fell at his reaction, slightly alarming the young man. He was expecting her to storm over to probably yell or complain at him some more, not actually be insulted by the childish action. After staring for a few more seconds, he slowly bent down until he was eye level with all of the children. "Hey, I'm going to go talk to that lady over there for a bit. You guys stay here." A loud chorus of AWWWWS reached his ears, bringing a small smile to his face. It was times like these that he wished he had a child of his own. Standing once more, Naruto waltzed over to his fellow Junin with his normal emotionless face as he approached. "So, what do you want?" he said sneered. Rather than go off on him like she'd initially planned, Shizune suddenly found herself frightened of what his reaction would be. Would he be happy, sad, angry? Would he yell at her? She nervously her lip, less sure of herself by the second. It didn't help that 24 pairs of eyes were staring at her. "Can we go somewhere else to talk?" she practically whispered, eyes dropping to the ground. Naruto blinked. What the hell kind of reaction was that to his taunt? Now he knew something was wrong, and somehow, it involved himself. The very beginnings of fear slowly began to seep into his heart, and nodding dumbly, he followed her to a fairly secluded park bench located a few dozen yards away from the jungle gym. No sooner had they sat down did the blonde start shooting questions at her, his brows furrowing in concern. "What's wrong? Is it something I did? Is there something I can do to help?" Shizune almost laughed at the irony. Almost. She lowered her head and stared down at her feet, idly wiggling her toes as she attempted to piece together what she wanted to say. Her perfectly planned speech had been completely forgotten, and she found it hard to even come up with a single word to say to him. After spending a few seconds collecting her thoughts, she raised her eyes to meet the Jinchuriki's, morbidly pleased to see that he was just as afraid as she was. "Naruto, annoyingly, her words caught in her throat. Looking into his bright blue eyes had somehow sapped what little confidence she'd had. Refusing to give up, she averted her gaze and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly through clenched teeth. I'm pregnant. The silence was deafening. She was far too afraid to see his reaction, if he even had one. As quiet as it was possible that he'd had a heart attack and died right after she'd relayed the news. Finally, after a few minutes of uninterrupted silence, Naruto asked the one question she never thought she'd hear in her life. I take it it's mine, unless you've been with someone else. Every nerve in her body was demanding that she glare at him with his own spinal cord right there on the spot. How dare he ask her such a loaded and frivolous question? Men were only supposed to ask that question on television and in movies, not in real life. It amazed her that he even had the guts. She figured that her expression must have been awfully frightening. As Naruto was quick to add on to his original inquiry. I mean, we only did it once, and that was an accident. Aren't chances of you being pregnant slim? For a moment, she didn't know whether to kill him or pity him. You weren't exactly my first choice either. The blonde stared down at his hands, a look of absolute disbelief plastered on his normally grinning face. It almost pained her to see him so distressed, but in a way, she was happy to see him panicking over the information. It meant that he was beginning to accept the fact that the baby growing inside of her was his too, and feeling relieved that she wasn't in this alone anymore, she took another deep breath and raised her head to look at him. So, what are we going to? At that moment, Naruto hopped to his feet, his eyes looking everywhere but at her. I'm sorry, but I need time to sort this out. He quickly began to walk away from her, heading down the path that led to the residential district. Surprised, Shizune quickly began to follow. Wait, we still have to talk about what we're going to. Her voice trailed off as she watched the familiar movement of his arms performing hand seals, and a moment later, he disappeared in a golden flash. Tears began to prickle at the back of her eyeballs as for the first time since she'd arrived at the hospital, she felt alone. Her knees suddenly felt weak, and she slowly read herself until she was sitting flat on her butt, her legs splayed out awkwardly in front of her. Out of all the scenarios she'd come up with in her mind, this one hadn't even occurred to her. Never, in a million years would she have thought Naruto would abandon her when she needed him most. This was the same boy who fought Orochimaru twice when he was only a genin. This was the same boy who aided and transformed a former psychopath into the cage of the Sand Village. This was the same boy who dragged a critically injured and blind Sasuke back to the village. It wasn't possible, not with Naruto. A choked sob escaped her throat, but she quickly fought down the urge to cry. She was stronger than this. If he didn't want to help her make a decision, then fine. She'd do it by herself. It wasn't like her to rely on the help of someone else, anyway. She'd been on her own ever since her uncle died, and had handled dozens of trials and tribulations alone for as long as she could remember. She could get through this. This was nothing. She didn't need him. She didn't need anyone. With that thought in mind, she slowly pushed herself onto her feet, forcing her cowardly knees to support her weight. After making sure that she could walk without risk of falling, she steadily headed towards the exit leading to the residential district. The first thing she needed to do was take a nap. She was exhausted from the emotional roller coaster she'd been on since morning. She could make her decision when she woke up. So, you ran. Nice. Jiraiya sipped at his cup of tea with a detached sense of concern. He'd been more than a little peeved when his best student Uzumaki Naruto had shown up on his doorstep at 2 in the morning, then again, anyone would be. Sighing deeply, he pulled his dark green robe closer around himself. Looking back up at the distressed blonde with a tired frown. Well, what are you going to do, brat? I don't know. That's why I came to you, Jiraiya-sensei. The white-haired sage lifted a curious eyebrow, obviously put off by the statement. You have to be able to help me out somehow. What would you do in my situation? Naruto, you know full well that I'm not going to answer that question. Slamming his fist onto the table and putting a sizable crack into it as he did so, he leaned over the thick wooden piece of furniture to glare straight into his sensei's eyes. Sensei, can't you at least help me? I know you might have got in a situation similar to this. Jiraiya stared into Naruto's eyes for a few more seconds before lowering them to stare at the crack the Junin had made in the table. Hey, that's not fair, Naruto, this your miss, not mine, besides I make sure not get any of the ladies knocked up, brat. Fed up, Naruto grabbed the table and flipped it over, screaming all the while. Porcelain dishes flew everywhere as he went on a rampage, kicking, stomping, and throwing whatever he could get his hands on. After nearly 5 minutes of non-stop yelling and fury, he finally calmed down enough to catch his breath. Having fun? The Toad Sage asked, resting his teacup and saucer in his lap after taking another sip. The room was literally a disaster area, with paper, books, broken dishes, and splinters of wood strewn about. Naruto growled lowly at his sensei, shooting him as evil of a glare as he could manage. Jiraiya-sensei, he snarled, still panting from his earlier exertion. I'm not playing around. I need your help. Do you? I seem to remember a certain brat who always used to say, I won't run away. I never go back on my word, because that's my nindo. My ninja way. Naruto frowned deeply, more than a little peeved that he'd quoted his personal nindo word for word. This is different. This has nothing to do with being a ninja. It doesn't. Aren't you a shinobi? Isn't she? The blonde's face noticeably fell as he struggled to come up with a suitable comeback. Yes, but, there are no buts. You know what you have to do. Naruto stared down at his feet, hair shielding his eyes from view. Sure, he had a pretty good idea of what to do, but he still wasn't sure. It was easy to make a decision, but, what if I make the wrong decision? Then what? That's never stopped you before. Just handle it how you handle everything else and it'll work out. The Jinchuriki smiled for the first time that morning, a resolute look in his cerulean blue eyes. Now that he thought about it, it made a whole of sense. He'd made the baby, so it's only natural that he take care of it. Right, thanks, sensei. Jiraiya gave him a nod, taking another gulp from his half-finished teacup. Don't thank me until you see how much I'm going to charge you for wrecking my dining room. Anticipate a letter within 2 weeks detailing how much you owe me, brat. Glancing around, Naruto didn't glance at the mess he'd made of Jiraiya's home. You could barely see the floor because of all the broken glass and wood covering the ground, and without seeing how the room looked before, it was nearly impossible to tell that it was a dining room in the first place. I guess this means I don't have to worry about who I'm going to spend my life with, huh? He mumbled, reaching for any sliver of humor he could find. The Chunin grunted and stood up, placing his teacup on the nearby counter. I guess you don't, brat, at least you didn't make any mistake. I did. Naruto nodded, waving his bye at his sensei. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The steady sound of kunai hitting her practice dummy filled the apartment. Her face the picture of apathy, Shizune effortlessly threw her entire kunai collection towards the poor wooden mannequin, aiming more towards the head than anywhere else. She'd somehow managed to get a hold of a large enough picture of Naruto's grinning face, then KFUL for the life-sized poster she'd received from him on her last birthday. Dark rings permeated the area below her brown eyes, and though she couldn't see it, she knew her hair was a mess. Despite her confident thoughts the day before, she hadn't been able to sleep a wink. She'd been up all night worrying about what she should do with the baby. Although she'd rather not have an abortion, it seemed to be the only viable option at the current point in time. It was nearly impossible for a single shinobi mother to raise a child on her own. She needed to go on missions to make money, and she was barely able to support herself. Granted, she'd only been taking B-ranked missions lately, but that was besides the point. She couldn't even imagine leaving her child alone or in the hands of strangers so often. And if she was going to be a mother, she wanted to do it right. She flicked another kunai at the dummy's head, frowning when it just missed Naruto's eyeball. Her eyes were beginning to grow bleary from lack of sleep, making it increasingly difficult for her to aim properly. Normally, staying up for 24 hours straight wasn't so bad. She'd done it plenty of times on stakeout and recon missions, holding her position until someone else arrived to take over for her. However, after the stressful day she'd had, 24 hours seemed like hell. The worst part of this whole ordeal was that she couldn't drink. And God, could she use a shot of Everclear right about now. A quiet knock at her front door quickly threw her into a full state of consciousness, and with a small grunt, she pushed herself onto her feet to answer the door. A fleeting glance at her bedside clock showed the time to be 5 in the morning, an ungodly hour no matter who you were. Except for Ino and Sakura, anyway. Shizune slowly trudged towards the door, wincing at the popping sounds emanating from her joints. It was only natural considering the fact that she hadn't moved from her position in over 5 hours. Yawning widely, she reached her hand out towards the door to unlatch the lock before gripping the doorknob and opening the large slab of wood. "What?" she asked, eyes red and slitted from lack of sleep. They quickly widened to the size of silver dollars as she realized who the person staring up at her sheepishly was. "You." As if by magic, an oversized surgical kunai appeared in her left hand, immediately sending her guest into a wary. It was bad enough that she'd look like a zombie when she answered the door. Now, she looked like a zombie with a big-ass surgical kunai in her hand. "Wait, just listen. Give me 10 minutes, Naruto yelled, raising his hands in a placating manner. He was currently kneeling down in front of her on his knees, assuming what he hoped to be an apologetic stance. Shizune stared down at him with a positively evil expression, feeling her blood begin to boil at the gall of her fellow Junin. After knocking her up, accusing her of sleeping around, and running away when she needed his help. Did he really think he could get away without experiencing some form of excruciating pain? That she'd instantly forgive him for abandoning her not even 12 hours before? Yeah, not fucking likely. She lifted the blade higher above her head, fully intending to slice off a finger or 10. She wasn't too worried about killing him. The Kyuubi healed everything within a reasonable time frame. And if he could survive a Chidori to the chest, then he could survive having a few appendages chopped off at the joint. Her eye twitched when the blonde placed his forehead against the ground, fully showing his submission to her. "Please. 10 minutes, that's all I need. Just 10 minutes. Annoyingly, she felt her grip on the handle of the kunai lessen. She hated that he could do that to her. Make her feel guilty for wanting to cause him pain, even if he fully deserved it. Shizune ground her teeth against each other, debating in her mind what to do. 10 seconds, she growled, bringing the weapon down to her side. Naruto's head snapped up in relief, and wasting no time, he jumped to his feet. "I'm really sorry. When you said you were pregnant I panicked and because I didn't know what to do and I went to talk to Jiraiya and he helped me and stuff but I still wasn't sure so I went to the top of the Hokage mountain to think some more and I finally realized that leaving you behind was wrong and that I should have stayed with you until we decided what to do but I'm here now and I hope you can forgive me and I'm definitely here for you and the baby so no matter what you want to do I'll always support you just ask and I'll do anything so please." 10 seconds are up, Shizune said, cutting him off before he could finish. Amazingly enough, she could actually follow what he was saying. A sure sign that she needed to get to sleep, and fast. She stared into his deep blue eyes with the deepest disdain, angry that she no longer felt the overwhelming urge to stab him multiple times in the ballsack. The kunai in her hand dropped to the ground, clanging loudly against her hardwood floor. "So, does that mean you forgive me?" he asked, eyes wide and hopeful. The woman idly wondered how a 17-year-old Junin could make himself look like a 5-year-old academy student without even trying. Still, he wasn't going to get off that easily. "No, however, I'm willing to let you keep your word. You'll do whatever I say whenever I say it. Got it?" Naruto's face noticeably paled at the proposal. He'd seen enough daytime television to know how this would turn out. "Well, but, didn't you say you'd do anything?" "Yeah, but, isn't your Nindo to never go back on your word?" The blonde cursed under his breath. That was the second time someone had said his own words against him within the last 24 hours. Deciding he needed an extra push, Shizune added in another condition to help him decide. "Or maybe you'd rather I relieve my frustration by making you sterile." "Fine, I've got it, I'll do whatever you say." The woman fought to keep a smirk from spreading across her face. Sure, she was still pregnant, but she'd always wanted a personal slave. And what better person to enslave than Naruto? He could travel from one side of the village to the other in under a minute, a useful skill, if she didn't say so herself. "Good, come in, it's time to start keeping your word." His face turning a shade paler, he couldn't help himself but grumbled. The blonde followed her into the apartment, already dreading what she would have him do first. Quote, Chapter 3. Biting her fingernails, Shizune slowly trudged down the street of the residential district. She wasn't looking forward to this. Not at all. She felt sicker and sicker with each shaky step, but she fought to keep moving forward. It had to be done. She'd put it off long enough. Shizune. Oi! Shizune, hold up. A familiar voice called from behind her. With a loud groan, the girl turned round to greet the blonde running full speed in her direction. You forgot your lunch. Her eyebrows raised in slight surprise as she noticed the carefully wrapped bento box hanging from his outstretched hand. Despite all of his grumbling and complaining, Naruto had proven to be an extremely reliable and compassionate person. After her initial command that he become her bitch, he'd literally, but grudgingly, done everything she had asked of him over the past 3 weeks. Whether it was ironing her clothes, drawing her bath, or making her a peanut butter and pickle sandwich at 2 in the fucking morning. He did it with relatively little fuss. At least compared to the first couple of days, she'd only had to remind him once who she was trained by. Oh, thanks, she mumbled, grabbing the kerchief-wrapped box from his hand. While she was oddly touched by the gesture, it also unnerved her a bit. He was acting a little too much like a mother. Or, at least, what she thought a mother would be like. How did you manage to make me a lunch and catch up to me in under 10 minutes, anyway? You were drooling all over yourself when I left. Scratching the back of his head, the boxer-clad Junin shrugged his shoulders. Well, after all the barbecue honey and teriyaki shrimp bowl I've made you lately, my hands were pretty much working on muscle memory. I guess in a way, it's kind of like learning a new jutsu. Shortly after saying that, he suddenly flashed through a bunch of seals, most of which she'd never seen before. She tilted her head curiously as she watched his face, noting the determined frown growing deeper and deeper with each passing second. Barbecue honey teriyaki shrimp no jutsu, he shouted, hand stopping on the tiger seal. Shizune waited with wide eyes for something to happen, her mouth opening slightly in anticipation. Had he really come up with a technique that could make an instant shrimp? Was that even possible? At that moment, her common sense punched her in the uterus. And her face dropped into a deadpan expression. Leaning forward, she signed with what she hoped was an angry pout. I suppose you being an idiot wasn't all an act, she muttered, unable to keep a smile from flickering onto her face. Naruto shrugged again, a smirk of his own appearing in place of his frown. It made you smile, didn't it? Lifting a hand to her lips, she realized that she was, indeed, smiling. Rather widely at that. She opened her mouth to say something else, but noticed with a small amount of surprise that he was already halfway down the sidewalk, his hands tucked neatly behind his head. It was then that she noticed he wasn't wearing pants, or shoes, or anything other than a pair of orange and black boxer shorts. How the fuck had she missed that? Shaking her head in exasperation, she once again turned to continue her journey, in considerably higher spirits than she had been only 10 minutes before. What she was about to do would be one of the toughest things she'd ever had to go through in her life. But suddenly, she felt as though everything would be alright. Naruto would still be there. At least, he said he would. Even if they weren't in love, she had to admit that he was a pretty alright guy once given half a chance. It was almost hard to believe that they'd been at each other's throats less than a month before. He was a lot more considerate than most people gave him credit for. And although he was cold and sometimes annoying when he was around, she found that she somewhat missed his cheerful exuberance when he wasn't, only because she didn't have any friends to talk to about her situation. At least, none who would take the news as gracefully as Naruto had. Staring up at the tall gates of the Hyuga mansion, only one thought permeated throughout her mind: I'm so fucking screwed. If she thought being outside of the mansion was nerve-wracking, being inside was 1,000 times worse. The cold, unforgiving white walls of the building all seemed to be mocking her somehow. Don't ask how, they just were. Fuck you if you don't understand. You had to be there. Is everything alright, Shizune-san? A voice asked from in front of her, startling her out of her thoughts. She was immensely grateful that she'd had the foresight to not bring any unsealed weapons with her, as it was very likely that she would have impaled the Hyuga guard by accident for surprising her multiple times. With the sharpest and longest blades available in the fire country. The young woman shook her head, giving the white-eyed man a shaky smile. I'm fine. Still a little tired, I guess. The man nodded his head as if understanding and continued on down the hallway, much to the relief of the weapons mistress. Had he been a more experienced Hyuga, he might have been able to pinpoint exactly what was wrong with her with only one glance. On second thought, maybe it was just that he really didn't give much of a fuck. In any case, she continued to follow the elder man until they reached a large set of double doors. She was quite familiar with these doors, having spent the better part of 2 years behind them with her best friend. Or, soon-to-be ex-best friend. The guard bowed and quickly stepped away, almost as if he knew that shit was about to go down. Coward, she thought, watching his retreating back with the coldest glare she could manage. Even though she said that, she would have done the exact same thing if she was in his position, only she would have been running away at a much faster pace, and she wouldn't have stopped until she reached the outskirts of the village. Taking in a deep breath, she lifted a hand calloused by years of working with weapons to tap lightly on the door. Her eyes shifted once again to the guard walking away down the hall. And she idly wondered if it was in her best interest to do the same. She'd tangled with a Hyuga or two in her lifetime, and from personal experience, she could say that her chances of survival were about 50-50, if that. She was once again thrown out of her thoughts when the left side of the doors opened to reveal a young, pale-eyed girl with long brown hair. She looked up at the older woman with an impassive stare, but nonetheless turned to look back at whoever was left in the room. "It's Shizune-san." A surprised gasp followed by the sounds of exaggerated bustling and cleaning wafted from the large room, leaving Shizune wondering what the hell they'd been doing before she had arrived. She quickly found her answer when she finally took a look at the younger Hyuga's face. One had applied a small amount of blush to both of the girl's cheeks, making her look much more alive than she usually did. A generous amount of ruby red lipstick adorned her lips, and her hair was pulled back into a loose ponytail to reveal her soft, girlish features. No doubt, this was Hinata's doing. "Well, don't you look cute?" Shizune exclaimed, glad to have something else to distract her from her current situation. "Did your Oni-chan help you with it?" The lithe girl only nodded, a ghost of a smile appearing on her lips. She then dipped her head towards the Junin and exited the room with barely contained excitement, leaving the woman wondering what exactly had the genin so anxious. "Shizune-chan, where have you been? I haven't seen you for over 3 weeks now," Hinata asked, suddenly appearing in the doorway. She wrapped her black-haired friend in a tight hug, obviously happy to see the older girl. The weapons mistress smiled uneasily, awkwardly returning the gesture. "Yeah, you too. Actually, Hinata-chan, I something to tell. Did you see Hanabi-chan? Didn't she look adorable?" The Hyuga heir ushered her friend into the room, motioning for her to take a seat on the now cleared bed. Sighing deeply, Shizune nodded her head and forced a smile onto her face. "Yeah, she did. What's the occasion?" A knowing glint appeared in Hinata's eye, one that she usually only saw in Sakura or Ino's eyes when they were passing on the latest village gossip. "You know the Sandame's grandson, Konohamaru-kun?" she asked, her eyes practically glowing with mischievousness. Shizune nodded again, almost rolling her eyes in exasperation. Who didn't know of the boy? He was practically a Naruto clone, well as he would be, and he'd pulled all and then some of the blonde's most classic pranks. Although she was ashamed to admit it, her favorite technique was by far the Oroku no Jutsu, Otoko no Ko Dushi no Jutsu. She didn't find Sai or Sasuke all that attractive alone, but together, no. Now was not the time for this. She had more important things to worry about than whether or not she could get Naruto to imitate the jutsu for her whenever she pleased. "Well, it turns out Hanabi-chan has a thing for him. Isn't that cute?" Shizune nodded her head and enthusiastic, forcing another grin onto her face. "She's just like me when I was her age. It's kind of funny that we both like the same kind of guys. Don't you think?" Yeah, funny. Hey, Hinata-chan, actually, what if we ended up having a double wedding? Hanabi-chan and Konohamaru-kun along with Naruto-kun and I." The Junin winced. Fuck, she'd been trying to tell her before she said something sappy like that. As if noticing her downcast expression, Hinata placed an embarrassed hand over her mouth, her cheeks turning an annoyingly cute shade of red. "Oh, I'm sorry, Shizune-chan. I got a little carried away with my own wayward fantasies. Didn't you have something to tell me? If she didn't know any better, she'd say that Hinata was doing this on purpose. She heavily considered excusing herself right then and there to go home, but decided that nothing good could come of trying to hide the truth. She'd find out eventually, anyway. Better to tell her now rather than later. Actually, Hinata-chan, well, you see, I'm sort of pregnant. Shizune squished her eyes shut in relief, glad that she'd said it before she chickened out. She lifted one eyelid to gauge her friend's reaction, but was startled to see that the Hyuga's face was completely void of emotion. It was as if someone had literally sucked out that little corner of the brain that told normal people to look shocked in these sort of situations. Oh my god. Shizune-chan, congratulations. Hinata shrieked, hopping to her feet and scaring Shizune shitless. When did you find out? How far along are you? I have to arrange a baby shower right away. For a few seconds, the black-haired girl stared at the hysterical girl in absolute shock. She was cheering. Why? This was the complete opposite of what she'd been expecting. If anything, she expected Hinata to be screaming at her. How many girls would cheer when they just found out that their best friend was knocked up by fuck. She'd forgotten to mention the part about Naruto being the one to impregnate her. Yeah, that was pretty important. Hinata-chan, please stop. The blue-haired girl glanced over her shoulder to look at Shizune in confusion. What? Why? As if realizing something, Hinata's eyes widened to the size of saucers, making the weapons mistress wonder if she'd finally figured it out. You're going to abort the baby. Okay, so she hadn't figured it out. Not that she expected her to, of course. Unfortunately, both girls had failed to realize that there was a third person listening in on their conversation. Said person had been casually walking towards the room, on her way to see if her dearest friend wanted to get some early afternoon training in. Upon getting within 5 feet of the door, she'd heard an abundant amount of shrieking coming from inside. She couldn't catch most of what the shrieking person had said, but she'd the words, baby, and shower. Quite clearly Sakura decided to rely on her other ninja skills to eavesdrop, standing against the door in a way that wouldn't look overly suspicious. In case someone decided to walk by while still being able to hear what was going on quite clearly. The medic officer blinked in surprise when she recognized the voice of her coworker, Shizune. Hinata-chan, you might want to take a seat. This is really important, and I need you to understand. Still believing that her friend was going to get an abortion, the blue-haired girl sat down on her bed in shocked silence, dumbly following the orders of the older girl. Once she was certain that Hinata was properly seated, she continued. I'm not getting an abortion. Relief visibly washed over her at the news, and she started to stand up once again. Oh, Shizune-chan, you had me worry. Hinata, sit down. Puzzled by her seriousness, the Hyuga heir once again eased herself back down onto the bed. It was unusual for Shizune to drop the chan suffix from her name, so it must be serious. Although she didn't know what the problem was, she was confident that she could help her best friend get through it, no matter what the circumstances. Outside, Sakura was furious. Who dared defile her friend, and get her pregnant, no less? It had to be that bastard, Sai. He always did seem like the raping type. What with his fake smile and constant talk about penises. It wouldn't surprise her in the least if it was that emotionless son of a bitch. Still, she decided to make sure before he took action, no sense wasting energy beating up the wrong guy, although he'd like to kick Sai's creepy ass anyway. Shizune took a deep breath, briefly closing her eyes as she scrounged up the courage necessary to continue. When she'd first gotten knocked up, she hadn't even considered what Hinata's reaction would be. She'd only been worried about herself and kicking Naruto's ass, nothing more, nothing less. Why couldn't it be like that again? Why must life fuck with her every chance it got? She gripped the scroll in her pocket, feeling a bit of comfort from knowing that her collection of shields was locked away inside. If worse came to worse, she could summon her entire collection and make a clean getaway. She glanced out of the corners of her eyes to make sure she had a clear escape route and a backup route, just in case one was cut off, before taking another deep breath and continuing. Hinata, the father of my baby is Naruto. Shizune sat on pins and needles, looking for any kind of sign that she should hightail it out of there. However, the girl sitting on the bed only looked at her with a blank expression. Her eyes were dazed and unfocused, and her arms hung limp at her sides. The sudden sound of giggling reached the older girl's ears, immediately setting her on edge. Out of all the reactions she'd pictured in her mind, she didn't think that Hinata would laugh. "Oh, I get it. You're joking with me. I know you'd never betray me by doing something like this. You're my best friend, and one of the few people I trust wholeheartedly. You almost got me with that one." The girl's laughter increased in volume, causing Shizune to scoot closer to the edge of the bed. Oh shit. The bitch was crazy. Hinata-chan. Are you okay? Of course I'm okay. You know how much Naruto-kun means to me. You wouldn't do something like that, right? You're my best friend, right? Shizune slowly nodded her head, a sad frown on her face. It's true that I wouldn't normally do something like this, but we were drinking. And we started competing. Then one thing led to another and, what are you talking about, Shizune-chan? Stop making this shit up. You wouldn't do this to me. You're my best friend. By now, tears were running in torrents down the pale-eyed girl's cheeks, splashing against the clenched fists resting in her lap. You're my best friend. Best friends don't this to each other, right? Right, you're right, but it was an accident. We were not even dating or anything like that. I don't even like the guy. I mean, he's staying at my place right now to help me out, but fuck. She probably shouldn't have mentioned that part. Fingering the scroll in her pocket, the medic quickly got to her feet, putting a sizable amount of distance between them. She'd seen this before, numerous times. It happened all the time on missions, where clients or the family of clients were unable to accept that a loved one had died. While she was used to dealing with the reactions of normal civilians. Dealing with Hinata-chan was totally different. She could kill her if she got hysterical enough, and quite honestly, she had no intentions of dying anytime soon. Things outside the door weren't much better. Sakura's face was frozen in shock. Out of all the people she'd thought of, Naruto literally hadn't even crossed her mind. Her eyes narrowing in anger, he sharply turned in the opposite direction. Heading full speed towards the entrance of the mansion, she set about the tedious task of searching out his other friend Ino Yamanka. Partly because she deserved to be one of the first to know. But mostly because she'd need someone to hold she back in case he started to go too far. Naruto would regret the day she even looked at Shizune. Oh, would he regret it? Had she stayed to listen just a few seconds longer, she would have heard the scream of outrage that poured from Hinata's throat, and the accompanied shriek of fear that erupted from Shizune's. Her Byakugan blazing, the Hyuga literally flew from the bed with a palm outstretched, killing intent flowing through her veins and light blue chakra swirling around her body. Thinking quickly, she flipped backwards onto her hands, in the process kicking her former best friend's hand into the air. After lowering herself to her feet, she quickly dodged. Just in time, too, as Hinata's other hand connected quite solidly with the wall with enough force to put a small dent in it. Hinata-chan, calm down. I'm sorry, Shizune yelled, edging towards the window. Seeing where she was going, the Hyuga heir was quick to cut her off, lunging for a third attack. This time, the blow glanced Shizune's bicep, causing the older girl to drop the shield to the ground. The thing was far too heavy to carry with only one arm, and that was one of the smaller ones. Please, Hinata-chan, it was an accident. You know I'd never do this on purpose. Unfortunately, the smaller girl refused to listen to reason, and was already preparing her next attack. I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you and that little shit inside of you. Hinata screamed, pumping as much chakra as humanly possible into her hand. When she was certain she had enough to deal the final blow, she ran forward with the intent to kill. Luckily for Shizune, a swarm of guards burst through the door, forming a protective barrier in front of her. All 5 of the men simultaneously aimed towards her hand, and with a loud bang, they successfully cancelled out her attack. Soon after, 3 of the men grabbed and restrained her to prevent her from doing further damage. Hinata-sama, please calm down. One of the guards yelled, struggling to maintain a grip on the viciously fighting girl's arm. Let me go. I'll kill you, bitch. You fucking backstabbing bitch. I'll fucking slit your throat. A pang of pain pulsed through Shizune at her words, and she suddenly felt too weak to stand. She knew that this was a bad idea from the start, however, she didn't regret it. She couldn't. It was better to tell her now than let her find out from someone else. However, that didn't make it hurt any less. Hinata-chan, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I'll fucking stab you in your fat slutty stomach. At that moment, one of the guards had the decency to knock the girl out with a well-placed chop to the back of her neck. She collapsed into their arms shortly after, her face still furrowed in anger. Thank you, she mumbled, still staring at her former friend in awe. She didn't even think Hinata knew those words. The familiar feeling of someone watching her permeated her senses, and she turned to see a wide-eyed Hanabi staring at the scene with no small amount of shock. The girl's fingers were clenched roughly around the doorknob, and her eyes were wide with fear. Hanabi-chan, get out, Hanabi said, her voice coming out as more of a whimper than anything. Shizune stared at the girl for a few seconds, unable to believe what she was hearing. First Hinata, and now Hanabi. Get out. This time, the girl screamed louder than anyone had ever heard her scream before, her face a light pink with exertion and anger. Fat tears rolled down her cheeks, but despite this, she still managed to shoot the Junin a murderous glare. Her head falling, Shizune slowly got to her feet and walked towards the open window, figuring it to be the quickest and safest way out of the compound. She glanced back at them one more time with a face full of pain and sorrow. I'm sorry. With that, she disappeared through the window, never looking back even once as she ran towards home. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Arranging his fingers into the familiar cross sign that he used far too often, Uzumaki Naruto called forth enough chakra to produce 20 clones of himself. All of them surrounding him in a perfect circle. Each of them held a freshly sharpened katana in their hands, and each of them were focused on the blonde who was holding his gun by standing in the direct center of the group. A second later, they all disappeared in a flash of yellow. The clearing was filled with the sound of katanas clashing against each other, and the occasional pop wafted out from the storm of yellow and orange. Not even the Sharingan would be able to keep up with the speed they were moving as they used the freshly learned Hiraishin to zip and zoom around the field. Finally, after 10 straight minutes of this, a single Naruto stood triumphant. Or rather, he would be standing if he wasn't currently gasping for breath on his hands and knees. Just as he was about to get up, 2 dark shadows appeared over him, immediately putting him on guard. Naruto, Sakura said, her voice oddly cold. Still, the blonde was annoyed with her. Oh, Haruno, it's only you, what the hell you want this time? A sudden kick to his jaw quickly shut him up, causing Naruto's face to turn the other side. The blow didn't even hurt, and touching his now barely tender jaw, he correctly assessed that the kick had come from Ino. What the fuck are you doing? He yelled, eyes narrowing at the 2 women. Both of them wore eerily blank expressions. What are we doing? Naruto Baka, it is us who should be asking what you are doing. Ino yelled, her eyebrows furrowing in anger. How could you do that to Shizune-senpai? I never would have guessed that you would force yourself on. Whoa, hold the fuck up. She forced herself on me. Another sharp kick to his jaw, but this time he blocked the kick with his hand. The kick didn't even hurt, just like the first one, so it had to have come from Sakura. How dare you say such an idiotic and obviously untrue thing? She'd never betray Hinata-chan like that. And to think that she was trying to protect you by calling it an accident. Instantly appearing next to the blonde, the pink-haired woman picked him up and roughly shoved him up against the nearest tree. How do you plan to make up for this? I'm going to be there for her and the baby. Forever. The serious but cold look on his face caused Sakura to loosen her grip slightly, but she quickly tightened it and pulled the boy closer to his face. What makes you think I'm going to believe you just because you say that? What makes you think you could even hope to support Shizune? A small smirk appeared on the blonde's face, and looking straight into the medic officer's eyes, he opened his mouth to speak. You should know better than anyone. I'll do whatever it takes. I never go back on my word. That's my nindo, my shinobi way, you dumb ass. An annoyed frown appeared on Sakura's face, but she let go of Naruto's collar, mercifully allowing him to fall back to the ground. Ino looked on in shocked horror, her eyes wide and mouth hanging open at the hinge. Is that all we are going to do to him? After what he did? The woman exclaimed, her eyebrows twitching with each word. There's nothing else we can do. This guy's serious. Standing up, she glared down at Naruto one last time. But if we find out that you've made her cry or hell, even made her sad, we'll come find you. And next time, we won't be nearly as gentle. Naruto just snorted at that claim. If you do come back to attack me, I won't go easy. I'm not afraid of attacking girls trained by Tsunade, said Naruto. He saw those two nothing but idiots. He watched through heavy-lidded eyes as the women walked away from the field. Pushing himself to his feet, he slowly began to uproot and put away his gunbai, wincing each time he had to bend over to reach for the weapons. If this was just the first month, he hated to see what the next 8 would bring. I'm back, Naruto called, stepping through the open doorway and into Shizune's apartment. He waited a few seconds for a reply, and when none came, he shrugged and eased out of his shinobi sandals. His body still ached a bit from the training, but for the most part, Kurama had already healed the more painful wounds. He walked deeper into the apartment, looking for any sign of the black-haired girl he could find. Her apartment wasn't that much bigger than his, so it only took him a minute or two to figure out that she was in her bedroom. He noticed with a small bit of concern that the door was closed. Usually she kept it open, claiming that it put her at ease to be able to hear everything that went on in her apartment. In fact, he'd only seen it closed once, and that was on the night he'd first started sleeping over at her place. She couldn't take the isolation, though, and had quickly opened it, but not without telling him that she'd tie his penis in a knot if he ever tried to enter her room without permission. Naruto leaned closer to the door, lightly pressing his ear up against it. He couldn't hear much except for what sounded like light sobbing, and placing his hand on the doorknob, he slowly turned and opened the large piece of wood. The room was eerily dark inside, making it damn near impossible to see anything except the digital alarm clock and a slightly shivering silhouette. Looking closer, he recognized the silhouette as Shizune. Shizune, are you okay? Naruto asked, taking a cautious step into the room. The girl noticeably froze when he called her, but she didn't make any move to turn around. Get out. Her voice was oddly low and shaky, and not really remembering Sakura's words from only half an hour before. The blonde took another step towards the sobbing girl. Shizune. Shizune-chan. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? The Junin slowly nodded her head, causing Naruto to immediately kneel by her side. Where does it hurt? He exclaimed, resting his hand on her shoulder. She lifted her head from her arms, looking at him with a tear-streaked and heavily pained face. Even in the dark he could see that she drenched the sheets in her tears. Shizune grabbed his hand and placed it over her chest. Right here. The girl broke down into tears, using her hands to hide her face from his worried eyes. If she looked at him, she'd just cry harder. He was a constant reminder to the unforgivable trespass she'd committed against her former best friend. Naruto's eyes opened wider in understanding as the conversation he'd had with her coworkers made sense. You told Hinata, didn't you? He asked, keeping his voice as soft as he could. She nodded her head as best as she could with her hands covering her face, her sobbing increasing in force and volume. I can't do it, Naruto. I can't take this. I don't want to have this baby anymore. I don't want Hinata-chan to hate me. It's too hard. Her body stiffened in surprise when a pair of strong arms encircled her, and she jolted lightly when Naruto pulled her against his chest. It's not your fault. It was an accident, and you did the right thing by telling her rather than letting her find out on her own. She'll eventually realize how hard it was for you to tell her in your own words, and I'm sure she'll forgive you in no time. Just don't blame yourself. Shizune. Shocked, Shizune slowly lifted her head until she was staring straight into his cerulean blue eyes, marveling at the fact that words like that could come out of the village idiot. Perhaps she'd underestimated his intelligence a bit. She dipped her head back into his chest and leaned a bit more heavily against him, feeling better than she had only minutes before. He really was good at making people feel better, even if most of the time he did it unintentionally. Thanks, she murmured, closing her eyes as she relaxed in his arms. Naruto only grunted a response, immensely grateful that he'd dodged that bullet. He honestly didn't feel like dealing with Sakura or Ino. His thoughts were immediately cut off. A pair of lips were pressed firmly against his own, forcing his eyes to open wide and his body to freeze in shock. He eventually regained enough of his motor skills to move his eye downward to Sta. At the girl who was currently overloading his senses. "What the hell are you doing?" Naruto yelped, pushing away from Shizune and backing up towards the opposite wall. To his chagrin, the girl only followed on her hands and knees. A very dangerous and scary look in her eyes. He didn't know it, but her heart was thumping powerfully against her rib cage, unable to believe what she was doing. Although it was hard to explain, she somehow felt as though he was all that she had left. Hinata had made it pretty clear that she didn't want anything to do with her anymore, and she couldn't exactly rely on her colleagues or Tsunade-sama to help her with the pregnancy or raising of the child. Fuck no. No way. I'm not. Shizune silenced him with another deep kiss, using her hands to push him firmly against the wall. Sometime during their exchange, she had managed to trap an unsuspecting Naruto in the corner, leaving him with absolutely no place to escape to. Worse, all of his kunai were still in the weapons pouch attached to his pants. Shizune's eyes immediately narrowed, and her mouth formed a tight, angry line. "Fine, I understand. Then we'll have to do this the hard way." For his part, Naruto was floored by the immediate change in moods. He somehow recalled the book he'd read on pregnancy mentioning extreme mood swings, but he didn't think that they'd be this scary. She'd literally gone from 0 to bitch in under 2 seconds. Gulping loudly, he nervously met her eyes. The hard way. What do you mean?" Rather than answer right away, Shizune straddled his lap, arching her face towards his and giving him a menacing glare. "Remember that promise you made 3 weeks ago? The one where you became my bitch?" His eyes widening, Naruto instantly understood what was about to happen. "I see you get it now. If you won't give it to me by choice, I'll have to take it from you by force." Despite his mind's unwillingness to bend to her will, his body was singing a different tune. Something about her forcefulness, turned him on. He didn't have time to ponder his position as a natural uke as Shizune wasted no time in jamming her lips onto his. This kiss was nothing like the previous two. Those had been more careful, tender even. The one she was laying on him now was nothing less than vicious. As she kissed him, her hands set about the task of pulling off his black long-sleeve shirt, sending the garment flying to the other side of the room. "Shizune, please, don't, shut the fuck up and strip." The commanding tone she used scared the shit out of him, and not wanting to piss her off any further, he slowly began to pull his black and red t-shirt over up his chest. "Move," she yelled, pushing his hands away from the shirt. "You're going too slow." The Junin Gra, BBED the T and almost ripped it over his head, sending it flying to the opposite corner. Naruto could only sit in a detached state of shock as she attacked his bare chest with her hands and mouth. CTing completely different from the Shizune he knew. She'd make it true. The other part was that she needed something to take her mind off what had happened that day, a bit ironic considering that he was also doing it because of what had happened. She felt bad for making Naruto cooperate with her, but not bad enough to stop. Admittedly, she was horribly embarrassed to be showing them off to someone other than her doctor. This was the first time that she could remember that anyone else had seen her topless besides Tsunade when they were in a spa, and it was much more of a nerve-wracking experience than she thought it'd be. Would he like them? Were they too small? Would the thing poking at her inner thigh deflate at the sight of them? Her fears were put to rest when his eyes locked onto her exposed teats. His mouth wide open in what she assumed to be lust. As if they had a mind of their own, his hands moved from her back to her chest almost instantaneously, gripping the smooth flesh gently in his calloused hands. The simple action evoked a quiet sigh from her, and grinning down at the still shell-shocked blonde, she pushed out her chest a little more and tilted her head. "Still want to stop?" she asked, knowing full well what his answer would be. Naruto could only dumbly shake his head, eyes never leaving her perfectly formed cones for a second. Her grin widening, she dropped her hands to his pants and began to fiddle with the button on his pants, butterflies dive bombing in the pit of her stomach. To be completely honest, she'd never seen a man's penis before. Or, she should say, she didn't remember seeing a man's penis before. Sure, she'd seen the occasional little boy's ding-dong while back in the day when she was forced to work at the academy, but this was totally different. Taking in a nervous breath, she slowly unzipped his pants, her heart rate increasing with each second. Naruto too seemed to be anxiously watching her every move, and she took some comfort in knowing that he was just as if not more nervous than she was. Do that again?" he asked, his eyes staring intently into hers. Naruto shook his head to show that he was okay, briefly opening his eyes to look at her. Felt good. That was all the encouragement she needed. Her head immediately returned to his lap, licking and sucking the head of his penis into her mouth. She nearly gagged when he involuntarily jerked his hips up towards her face, but was quickly able to gain her bearings again, using one hand to hold his hips down in case it happened again. "Do you feel funny?" she asked, titling her head cutely as she continued to pump. Naruto's mouth opened and closed multiple times, but words refused to escape his lips. Finally, after a few seconds of silence, he managed to croak out a couple of words. "What?" she inquired, noticing his piercing stare. "What about you?" The girl blinked in mild surprise. By the way he'd looked a few seconds ago, she thought he'd forgotten all about her. Her cheeks suddenly turned deep scarlet, and she waved a hand in front of her face in embarrassment. "You don't have to do me. We can just fuck." A frown appeared on Naruto's face. He was never one to take something without giving something back in return, and while the situation was a bit different, it was essentially the same principle. This time, he was on the prowl. Before she could move, he latched his fingers into pockets of her fitted black pants and pulled them down, revealing a pair of purple, "What's up doggy," panties. It took every ounce of his willpower not to laugh. And noticing this, even someone who has a serious and cold side, Shizune smacked him on top of the head. "What are you laughing at? If I remember correctly, you have a pair of energy protectors, boxer shorts," said Shizune. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. A sudden mischievous smirk appeared on her face, and spreading her legs a little wider, she gave him the sultriest stare she could manage. "How about you put that tongue to better use?" Predictably, Naruto's face heated up, surpassing blush Hinata has gone through. He'd read plenty of Jiraiya's books to know what she wanted of him. She changed moods faster than Orochimaru changed bodies. Still, seeing no reason to refuse her command, not that he could even if he wanted to, he hesitantly reached his head towards her glistening slit. Already feeling the heat coming from between her legs, he was pleased to see that she preferred to trim down there, as getting hair in his teeth was one thing he wouldn't like the experience. He stuck out his tongue for the second time that night, taking a cautious lick at her steaming vulva. The effect was immediate. When her hips almost broke his nose with the force of her hump, he realized that she was a lot more wound up than he could ever be. And that was scary. Shizune let loose a quiet moan, gripping his head tighter within her hands. The feelings she got from that simple action were incredible. Hell, if that was what one lick could do. Another surge of pleasure washed over her as the blonde once again licked at her folds, a bit more forcefully this time. When she moaned again, he began to go at her with gusto, using his tongue in ways neither of them thought possible. Remembering something he'd read in one of Ero Sennin's books, Naruto began to spell out words with his tongue, literally catapulting her towards the edge. Just when she thought it couldn't get in any better, the blonde used one of his hands to rub the bundle of nerves sitting directly above her vagina. That did it. With a powerful scream, she shuddered and jerked her way through an orgasm, forcing him to hold her down for his own safety. Both her fingers and toes curled in pleasurable agony, and using what little movement she had left, she ground her hips into his face to get even an ounce of extra pleasure. Did all virgins think the same thing after their first time? And how the hell are you so good? Is this really your first time? Well, other than that time. The blonde looked positively appalled at the accusation, and crossing his arms, he turned his head away from his fellow Junin indignantly. "If you're going to think that way about me, I don't want to sleep with you anymore." The feel of a warm tongue on his. "That's not what Junior says," she said, humping his shaft with both hands. Naruto groaned again, closing his eyes and leaning back on his hands as she worked him over for the second time. The subtle roughness of her hands felt like bliss on the velvety skin of his penis, giving him just the right amount of pleasure without being uncomfortable. When she suddenly halted her ministrations, he popped his eyes open with surprise, his mouth already opening to ask why she'd stopped. For her part, Shizune was pleasantly surprised to feel that it hadn't hurt at all. While there'd been a small bit of discomfort on the way down, his penis now felt like it belonged inside of her. In that brief moment, she felt more satisfied than she ever had in her entire life. The feel of Naruto moving beneath her brought a smirk to her face. For someone who'd chided her for being impatient only seconds ago, he sure seemed ready to get started. Unsure of what exactly to do, she slowly ground her hips into his, moaning lightly when the simple action sent sparks of pleasure all throughout her body. Yeah, that was definitely the right thing to do. She repeated the action again, this time rotating her hips as she pressed herself into him. Go faster, Naruto moaned, using his hands to egg her on. Rather than answer, she complied with his request by increasing the speed of her hips, raising and lowering herself slightly to provide both of them with more stimulation. The scratch-iness of his pubic hair elicited even louder moans from her lips, and in an attempt to quiet herself down lest she bother the neighbors, Shizune leaned forward and captured his mouth in a wet, steamy kiss. To her delight, she could still taste herself on his lips and tongue. Unfortunately, she couldn't take the varying sensations for long. With a particularly loud moan, she shook and convulsed her way to another orgasm. Earning a low gasp of pleasure from the blonde beneath her, her body refused to move after her speedy climax, so she simply delighted in the feeling of her partner continuing to shove himself up inside of her as best he could from his position on the floor. She should have known it wouldn't last for long. Before she could even blink, Naruto wrapped his lean, muscular arms around her waist and picked her up, giving her a strange sense of vertigo that only added to her bliss. After lying her down on her feather-filled mattress, the boy immediately began to jackhammer himself into her, leaning closely over her still lightly shaking form. Oh, fuck, Naruto, she murmured, barely able to believe that she was still able to talk through the pounding she was receiving. Glancing up into his eyes, she realized that they had turned more of a purplish color, probably a side effect of having the 9 tails sealed inside of him. Not that she was complaining, of course. Her body was eventually able to regain some mobility, so she slowly began to lift her hips up to meet his, thrilling in the extra sparks of pleasure the simple action provided. Beads of sweat dripped onto her chest from the junin above her, and she watched the rippling of his muscles with mild awe. She'd never noticed before, but Naruto was pretty fucking ripped even for a shinobi. He was somewhere in between Kakashi and Might Guy, which was pretty damn good considering that the bushy-browed man was voted Man of Steel 2 years running. It took a few minutes, but eventually, the blonde gained enough energy to roll himself over and out of the brunette with a wet pop. Instantly, their combined fluids began to seep out of her in an obscene manner, causing the medic nin to giggle lightly in mild disbelief. What's so funny? Naruto asked, rolling his eyes over to look at her. Small beads of sweat dotted her chest, and her black hair was matted tightly against her forehead. The wide, maniacal grin that appeared on her face confused him, and he lifted an eyebrow in curiosity as he waited for her answer. I wanna do it again. At that moment, Naruto knew he was fucked. No, stop, Naruto mumbled, head turning from side to side as he fought off the nightmarish succubus attempting to eat him alive. The demon towered over him with a positively evil smile, her long, snake-like tongue slith earring from between her lips as she gazed upon him with unadulterated lust. Shizune giggled lightly, using a hand to cover her mouth in an attempt to remain quiet. Propping her head up on her remaining hand to get a better view, she watched him toss and turn in the bed next to her with interest. The apprehensive look on his face was absolutely adorable. Chapter 4. For some strange, devilish reason that she couldn't quite understand, she just wanted to grab his head and smother it against her chest. So, she did. Not even a second later, the sleeping blonde's eyes slowly creaked open, his light blue orbs still glazed over with drowsiness and shining in the afternoon light. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I wake you up? Shizune asked. The boy in her arms shifted for what had to be 100th time, once again mumbling something about demons. This time, however, a wide yawn escaped him, and he fully opened his eyes only to be met with an eyeful of cleavage. With a speed commonly seen by Kakashi when newest edition of Ica Ica Paradise is released, Naruto flew backwards out of the bed and onto the floor, letting loose an especially loud cry of agony as he hit the ground. His whole body ached. Very muscle in his body throbbed with pain, and it took a sovereign amount of effort not to cry out again. He hadn't experienced soreness this intense since he and Jiraiya start training. A flood of memories from the night before slammed into his brain, and he instantly realized where he was. Sleep well. His body tensing, Naruto slowly turned his head to look at the girl who'd raped him repeatedly the night and morning before. Her head leaned lazily over the edge of the bed, and her chin rested cutely on her crossed forearms. A smirk appearing on her face, she titled her head and spoke again. "Come back up, we need to talk." The blonde narrowed his eyes and complied, wincing in anguish as he pushed himself up into a sitting position. It took a few minutes, but he was eventually able to lie back down on the bed next to an iniquitously tickled Shizune. "You look like you're in pain." Naruto glared over at the grinning Junin with as much hate as he could muster, which wasn't much, even the muscles of his face felt like someone had been pounding on them with a 10-ton hammer. "What did you want to talk about?" He almost spat, turning his eyes away from her again. Shizune's grin dropped at his tone. His reaction was largely unexpected, especially since she'd spent the better part of that morning trying to figure out what to say and do to lower the level of awkwardness. "What's your problem?" "What's my problem? You're treating this like it's some kind of joke," he snarled, feeling his anger begin to rise with each passing second. Unfortunately, Shizune was not the kind of girl to take being yelled at lightly. Not many people knew it, but she hadn't lived the most glamorous life. For one, she was an orphan traveling around a drunk Sannin. Despite all of the digging she'd done over the years, Shizune took a deep breath of air, fighting to keep her cool lest she do something she'd regret. "What are you so angry about? I'm the one who's pregnant. I'm the one who has to deal with all the side effects and sickness that comes along with having a baby." "That's just it," he bellowed, sitting up again to glare at her. "You think that just because you're pregnant, you can do whatever you want. What about me? What if I don't want to do it? Yet you forced yourself on me anyway." Shizune's eyes narrowed in anger. Who the hell did he think he was? While she'd fully admit that she had been taking advantage of the situation, he certainly didn't have the right to place all of the blame in her lap. He limped over to the opposite side of the room in search of his clothes, remembering that Shizune had tossed them in that direction the night before. "Where are you going?" the Ravenhead asked, fully sitting up in the bed to look at him. Naruto speedily pulled his pants up his legs, ignoring the burning protest of his muscles. He then began to slip on his shirt and vest, not bothering to meet the girl's gaze. Out. With that, he opened and slammed the door behind him, causing one of the pictures hanging on her wall to fall and smash against the floor. She watched the door for a few more seconds, unable to believe what had just happened. Then again, she had to admit that she wasn't completely surprised. It was just like a man to sleep with a girl and then run out at the next available opportunity. Falling back onto the bed, she placed her pillow over her face and let out a frustrated scream. Fucking Naruto and his fucking ill-placed anger. Where the hell did he get off pointing the finger at her? Even worse, he hadn't given her the chance to tell him what she'd wanted to. After sulking for a few more minutes, Shizune eventually rolled out of bed and began to get dressed. Naruto stared at the clock for what had to have been the 10th time in 30 seconds. Wiping his sweaty palms on his pants, he nervously shifted his eyes around the waiting room. Other than himself, only two people were sitting in the large, comfortably decorated room, the receptionist and a stuffy older man, who seemed to be positively enthralled with the latest issue of Kunoichi Weekly. That suited the Junin just fine since he really didn't think he'd be able to hold a decent conservation at the moment anyway. The click of the door opening immediately set him on edge, and he slowly turned his head to see who was coming out. "Naruto-kun, what are you doing here?" Ningyo asked. Closing the large door behind her, it was just his luck that it'd be someone he knew. "I need to see the Hokage for something." The woman furrowed her brows in concern. She thought of Naruto as a little brother, and as such, she could instantly tell when something was bothering him. Is everything all right? The blonde nodded and stood to his feet, shooting the medic nin a usual look. Everything's fine. Really? Then why are you waiting out here? Don't you usually just burst into her office whenever you feel like it? By now, Ningyo had closed the small gap of space between the and was staring intently into Naruto's cold eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under her scrutinizing gaze, he swiftly averted his eyes and edged around her, heading towards the large double doors that made up the Hokage's office. Well, I better get going. See you around, Ningyo. Before she could stop him, Naruto disappeared through the doorway and shut the large slabs of wood behind him, leaving a slightly pouting Ningyo in his wake. Shaking her head, she turned around to head back to the hospital, confident that she'd figure out what was going on with the blonde eventually. At that moment, a sudden thought occurred to the woman, causing her to freeze in mid-step. Blonde, she murmured to herself, remembering Shizune mentioning a blonde during her first appointment. Now that she thought about, there really weren't that many blondes in Konoha and even fewer that were shinobi. Combined with the fact that Naruto had been acting awfully strange lately, it almost seemed as if Naruto was the father of Shizune's baby. A sharp bark of laughter erupted from her throat, earning strange glances from both the receptionist and the older man. The idea was simply preposterous. To be honest, she wasn't sure if the boy was interested in. Besides, she'd never really seen the two of them together unless the both of them were in the office together. If they had been dating, she would have been one of the first to know about it. Especially since she often eavesdropped on Ino and Sakura's frequent gossip exchanges in the pink-haired girl's office. Shaking her head one last time in mirth, Ningyo walked down the hall to meet Shizune for her next checkup. If Naruto turned out to be the father of Shizune's baby, she'd personally walk up to Kakashi, pull his face mask down, and plant the deepest, hottest kiss she could manage with her limited experience. TCH, yeah right, as if that would ever happen. Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto was nervous wreck than he had been in the waiting room. Tsunade was currently staring at him with a dangerously suspicious glare, folding her hands languidly on top of her desk. Her narrowed brown eyes bore into his blue ones, and he shifted holding onto his gunbai from foot to foot in an attempt to calm down. So, what do you want? She asked, tired of waiting for him to make the first move. The Junin jumped as if he'd been shocked, causing the woman to become even more skeptical. Well, I was kinda wondering if you'd promote me to Anbu. The woman's eyebrows shot up into her forehead. What? Why the sudden interest in becoming an Anbu officer? When I gave you the chance last month, you turned me down. Didn't you want to master a new jutsu you were working on first? Naruto slowly nodded his head, smirking sheepishly from his place in front of her desk. Well, I kinda need the extra money, and I'm pretty much taking Anbu-level missions now anyway. Unconvinced, Tsunade leaned forward a bit more, inadvertently, forcing Naruto to cringe and lean back and gripping his gunbai. What do you need the extra money for? The Junin noticeably winced. He was hoping she wouldn't ask that question. It's for a gift. For my friend, Naruto said, wincing again at his words. Aw fuck, that was lame. The Hokage apparently thought the same as her eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. Seeing no other options. Please, Hokage-sama, I need the money really bad. Just do me this one favor and I'll never ask for anything ever again. Please. Rolling her eyes, Tsunade leaned back in her high-backed chair. There really wasn't any reason to hold him back if he wanted to become an Anbu officer, as he was more than qualified to hold the position. Besides, if he became an officer, she could assign him to be one of her personal guards so that she could keep a closer eye on him even though he can handle himself. Fine, I can get you started in the training program as early as next week. In a second, Naruto was on his feet and grinning widely at the older woman. Thanks, Tsunade-sama, I owe you big time. With a wide smirk on his face, the blonde turned around and headed towards the exit, trying to reach the door before she asked any more. Hold it. Cursing under his breath, he stopped just short of the large slabs of wood. He should have known he wouldn't get off that easily. Tsunade wasn't the godime for nothing. And judging from the indescribably icy shudder that went up his spine, he accurately deduced that this wouldn't end well. What? Tsunade-sama? He asked, slowly turning around to face her again. He watched with bated breath as she lifted an unmarked manila folder from her desk. Do you know what this is? When Naruto shook his head, she continued. This is a copy of Shizune's latest medical report. Surprisingly, the boy managed to suppress a reaction. He bit the inside of his cheek, griped his gunbai and put on a fake worried frown. Shizune-chan, is she okay? The Hokage's eyes narrowed by a fraction of a centimeter. That's a tough question to answer. Did she tell you anything? Has she seemed strange lately? Strange? How do you mean? In his mind, the Junin was patting himself on the back for doing such an expert job of lying. Had he still had that knucklehead facade, Tsunade would have caught him as soon as he'd stepped into her office. If he was careful about what he said, he just might be able to get out of this alive. Oh, you know, sudden sickness, fatigue, general moodiness. Those kinds of things. It took an extreme amount of willpower not to groan and nod with each symptom she'd named. He'd experienced all three and tons more side effects firsthand. Still, he couldn't let her know that. He crossed his arms and assumed an innocent thinking pose, pretending as if he was trying to recall a distant memory. I don't think so. She seemed pretty alright to me. The Hokage nodded and let loose a quiet sigh. I see, so she's doing her best to hide it. It'll be a real surprise to all of her friends when she passes. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be what? He exclaimed, eyes widening and jaw dropping. She was going to die. She'd seemed fine that morning. Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder she jumped him the night before. She didn't want to have any regrets before she died. Naruto cursed under his breath. Remember, he's still the son of Minato, so he has those stupid moments. He'd been stupid and selfish to assume that she did it for her own carnal pleasure. If it was possible, his eyes widened even more as he recalled her wanting to tell him something that morning. Could that have been it? Was she going to tell him about her sickness and eventual death? She couldn't die. Not like this. He refused to let it happen. Stalking up to the desk, he slammed his palms onto the hard wooden surface, staring his surrogate mother straight in the eyes. Aren't you a doctor? You're supposed to be the best medic nin in the shinobi world. Can't you do something? Tsunade slowly shook her head, a sad, remorseful look on her face. I'm afraid not. At this point, it's best if we just let it happen. Tears prickled at the back of his eyeballs, and he speedily lowered his head to hide his face from view. He was an idiot, even he had his moments, plain and simple. Now that he thought about it, Shizune really hadn't asked for much. Hell, if he was going to die soon, he might have done the same thing. After getting a relatively good grip on his emotions, Naruto once again raised his eyes to meet the Hokage's. Is it because of the baby? Is that why she's going to die? Shit, it's all my fault, isn't it? The woman's eyebrows sharply arched downwards. I didn't say she was going to die. At Naruto's confused stare, she continued. I also didn't say anything about a baby. What? But you said she was going to pass away. No, I said that her friends would be surprised when she passes. I meant that they'd be surprised at the bulge in her stomach after she passes the first trimester. Fuck. No matter how he looked at it, he was caught. He slowly lifted his hands from the desk and began to back away and holding his gunbai. Already feeling the killing intent rising from the Sannin. Putting on an uneasy smirk, he scratched the back of his head with one of his hands, using the other to feel for the door behind him. Oh, I see. Ahahaha. I thought you meant that she was going to die. Phew, what a relief. Guess I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions, huh? He watched with fearful eyes as the Godime stood from her high-backed chair and began to crack her knuckles, approaching him at a slow and steady pace. I won't lie to you, this is going to hurt. A lot. Naruto winced. He didn't need her to tell him that he'd been on the receiving end of one of her punches at least a dozen times due to his knucklehead facade. However, you seem to actually care for Shizune. I haven't seen you react so strongly about anyone. I think it's safe to say that you'll own up to your responsibility. The Junin blinked. Now that he thought about it, He had been acting a little hysterical. Saint, the idea of her dying caused his heart to skip a beat, and he idly wondered what he would have done if the fabrication was actually true. Naruto quickly tossed the notion from his mind. He didn't even want to think about it. For that, I promise to stop as soon as you fall unconscious. It's the least I can do. With that, the beating of Uzumaki Naruto commenced at the hands of the Godime Hokage. He obviously didn't want his gunbai destroyed. The last thing he remembered was a chakra-infused fist heading straight towards his face. Oh, and pain. Lots and lots and lots of pain. Did you feel that? Shizune asked, eyes scanning the room on instinct. Although she wasn't sure, she thought she'd felt a small earthquake only a second ago. Ningyo looked up from her clipboard and lifted a curious eyebrow. Feel what? Shaking her head, the brunette waved off the question. If the other woman hadn't felt it, it was probably just her imagination. Still, she couldn't help but feel as though someone was in a lot of pain at that moment. The medic nin gave her fellow medic nin another curious glance before returning to her clipboard. Didn't you say you'd be bringing the father along for your first checkup? The woman asked, still scribbling away on the small stack of paper. A noticeably angry look appeared on Shizune's face. Did I say something like that? No, I think you were just hearing things. There's no way I'd want that jackass here. An understanding look appeared on Ningyo's face. Have a fight. The girl grunted and crossed her arms. He didn't even give me the chance to ask him about it. It's his loss. The woman smiled amusedly and unclipped the top sheet of paper. Well, since he won't be joining us, why don't we get started? When? Shizune nodded, Ningyo cleared her throat and began to ask a series of questions. First, she asked the basic questions, serious illnesses she'd had, vaccinations, and previous surgeries. Then she began to ask about her menstrual and reproductive history. Satisfied with the answers, she motioned for the Junin to stand up. Is that all? The Ravenhead asked, eyebrows raising slightly. The medic nin almost laughed at the question, but just barely managed to maintain her professionalism. Oh, no, we still have a little more to do before you can go home. Shizune groaned loudly. That was the answer she'd been dreading the most. For starters, we'll check your weight and blood pressure. After that, we'll continue with a pelvic examination to confirm the pregnancy and a urine test for sugar, protein, and bacteria. Pelvic exam. Yes, just to make sure that you don't have a urinary tract infection. It's fairly common during pregnancy. The girl's face noticeably reddened. She hadn't thought about it that morning. Perhaps taking a shower would have been a good idea. After all, she and Naruto had gone at least 5 rounds the night before, 6 if she counted the time after he passed out. Actually, can I, clean up first? I don't want anything inside of me to mess with the results. Ningyo tilted her head, a confused expression marring her normally soft features. Something inside of you, I don't understand. Suddenly, a light blush appeared on the woman's face. She coughed lightly into her fist, making an extremely onerous effort not to break out into a fit of choking and sputtering. Oh, I see. Well, not to worry. A thing like that won't affect the outcome of these tests. However, in the future, it might be best if you shower the morning of your appointments. To say she felt like dying would be an understatement. Although Ningyo was certainly trying her best not to make her feel uncomfortable, the effort painfully failed. What she was feeling at that moment couldn't even be put into words, if she had to try. It could be described as a mixture between embarrassment, pain, and the extremely persistent urge to wring a certain blonde's neck. Never mind the fact that it had been her idea in the first place. Grinning awkwardly, Shizune quickly headed towards the office bathroom. Then, if you'll excuse me, as if snapping out of a daze, the medic nin jumped slightly and whirled around in her office chair, shooting her coworker a shaky smile. Oh, of course. Take your time. The Junin nodded and stepped into the small room, her blush now covering her body. Despite being terribly embarrassed and flustered, something told her that her horrible day was only beginning. It was normal for the demon lord to fuck with her from sunup to sundown, and the bastard rarely stopped his torment in mid-afternoon. Sighing deeply, Shizune swiftly set about her task, grabbing some paper towels from the nearby dispenser. Maybe if she was lucky, she could get out of this with at least an ounce of her pride intact. To her pleasant surprise, the trip home from the hospital had been relatively uneventful. Except for a couple of mutts who obviously didn't know about her reputation as demonically ruthless towards four-legged creatures, Akamaru excluded. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Maybe things would be all right after all. With that thought in mind, she trudged up the stairs to her apartment with a small, content smile on her face. As she got closer to her small one-bedroom home, the smell of something delicious reached her nostrils. Taking a deeper whiff, she easily recognized the rich scent of homemade miso soup, along with another tasty-smelling dish she couldn't quite place her finger on. Against her will, the smile on her face widened as she realized what was going on. Naruto, that lovable idiot, was cooking her dinner as an apology for that morning. Of course, she was to blame just as much as he was, so it didn't feel quite right for him to do all of the work. As a show of her own atonement, she decided to help him cook. It was the least she could do considering how mean she'd been towards him lately. She reached her door in record speed, placing the key in the lock and opening it with practiced ease. "I'm back," she called, mostly in the direction of the kitchen. Her eyebrows arched slightly when she saw that Naruto, instead of being in the kitchen, was sitting on her couch watching some cartoon about sword fighting. The blonde in question looked up and smiled at her through swollen cheeks. "Welcome back, Shizu," he slurred in obvious pain. Put off by his appearance, she quickly rushed to his side, placing her palms on his bruised face in concern. It looked like he'd been decently patched up already if the bandages covering his face were any indication. So she wasn't too worried. "Are you all right? What happened?" The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, shooting her the best grin he could through his beat-up face. "Well, Swain-sama kinda figured out da pregnancy ding." So, Shizune's expression immediately turned into one of understanding. Only Tsunade-sama with her ridiculous strength could put such injuries on a sturdy guy like Naruto. Her face dropped into a frown as she studied his appearance. "You shouldn't be cooking with these injuries. Don't you know the hot air from the food will only irritate your bruises?" He cocked his head to the side in confusion, shooting her the clueless look she was quickly becoming used to. "Ha, I'm but not Kuchkin." Shizune stared hard at the blonde, eyebrows furrowed in worry. Perhaps the Hokage had given him one too many hits to the head. Noticing her disbelieving stare, Naruto pointed towards the kitchen. "No, Wella, look." Still unconvinced, the girl slowly straightened up and began to head towards the kitchen, glancing back at the Junin every few seconds to gauge his expression. Unfortunately, he looked completely serious, so she fully turned around and walked into the half-closed room. To her surprise, a smaller girl stood in front of the stove, humming lightly to herself as she stirred the contents of the pot in front of her. She wasn't wearing much more than a black and shorts, and a long apron was tied over that. Her long dark hair easily reached the small of her back, and suddenly realizing who the girl was, Shizune felt her eyes go wide with fear. As if sensing her surprise, the girl turned around with a glistening smile, her light violet eyes staring at Shizune with a cheerful expression. "Welcome home, Shizune-chan." Hinata, why are you here?" she shrieked, feeling her heart beat vividly against her ribcage. It had been just over a day since their last encounter, and the fact that the smaller girl had tried to kill her was still fresh on her mind. She subtly reached for a scalpel, just in case the Hyuga was here to finish the job. Her hand paused when she saw the remorseful look that appeared on Hinata's face. "I'm here to apologize. The things I said to you were cruel and out of line. I don't know what came over me." An uneasy smile flickered across Shizune's face. "Cruel and out of line, I didn't even begin to describe Hinata's words, more like violent and psychopathic." She didn't quite know how she felt about having the girl in her house, cooking, no less. Her entire mind and body was screaming for her to kick Hinata out. But she knew how hard it must have been for the younger girl to approach her so soon after the incident. It was hard not to accept the apology. She forced a smile onto her face and shrugged. "It's okay. It was mostly my fault in the first place." The Hyuga's face lit up again, and she embraced her senior in a tight hug. "Thank you, Shizune-chan. To make it up to you, I'll stay here to help you and Naruto-kun with the pregnancy. Shizune blinked. Wait, what? Her smile widening, Hinata let go of the Junin and turned back to the stove. Well, you two can't manage on your own, right? Just leave everything to me. Go ahead and relax, dinner will be ready in a few minutes. Shizune could only look at the girl's back in a mild state of detachment. Was she fucking serious? Did she really think she'd be allowed to live her after what she'd said and done? Despite her thoughts, she dumbly nodded her head and turned around to go back to the living room. 2 days ago, the thought of the younger girl helping her out would have seemed like a terrific idea. Hinata could do everything: cook, clean, and even take care of children. She was perfect in every way, unlike herself. Though she hated to admit it, Shizune wasn't a really good cook, clean, or manage children. Having her around would be the equivalent of hiring a nanny/maid for free. However, she just couldn't forget the murderous violet eyes of the Hyuga as she attempted to stop her heart. Every time she closed her eyes for more than a second, she'd envision a fiercely glowing palm heading straight towards her face. Even now her heart was still thumping from their short conversation. It usually wasn't her style, but she'd have to think of a way to subtly get rid of Hinata. So, messing about this whole setup didn't add up no matter how many times she counted. Shaking her head, she let loose a small breath of air and continued over towards Naruto. Hinata's going to be staying here to help us out, she grumbled. Plopping down on the couch next to Naruto. She couldn't say what she wanted to that. She really didn't want the blue-haired girl living under the same roof along with her. Glancing over at him, she barely noticed that most of the swelling in his face had gone down, probably thanks to the Kyuubi. Really? Guess that means I can go home now, huh? She slowly nodded her head and sighed, an action which wasn't missed by the blonde. He raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. It had been his original plan to leave out of there as soon as he was done helping her, but his goddamn sense of morality and kindness had utterly stomped that idea into the ground. Unless you don't want me to. No, I am mean, you can go if you want to. I don't particularly care either way, she said, her cheeks reddening in embarrassment. He studied her profile for a few seconds in silent thought. It was almost impossible to tell what was on her mind, so he said the first thing that came to his. Then, I guess I'll stay. The brief smile that flickered across her face told him all he needed to know. Oh, by the way, Tsunade is going to let me try out for the Anbu, so I should be a BLE to scrape together enough money to help you with your rent until you have the baby. There's no way you can live on that tiny check you get while on maternity leave. Shizune's face reddened further, and she lowered her eyes to her lap. It was a bit awkward to bring up the subject while they were still on uncertain terms, but she'd never been one to let something that small stand in the way of what she wanted. Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. Don't you think it's kind of strange for you to keep paying rent for a place you're not even going to be in most of the time? Naruto furrowed his brows, tilting his head in curiosity. So, you're saying I should move in here with you? She slowly shook her head, nervously cracking her fingers with her thumbs. This place is too small for both of us to live in. And once the baby gets here, it'll seem even smaller. I was thinking that, maybe, we could find a new, bigger place. It's bound to be cheaper than paying for 2 separate apartments. Maybe we could even buy a house. It'd save us loads of money in the long run, as we'd only have to pay for property taxes, utilities, and the mortgage if need be. The blonde stared at her with a blank expression. It wasn't that he was against the idea. He had to admit that what she'd said made a lot of sense, as he really only went home to pick up either a change of clothes or extra weapons for missions. However, something about them moving in together implied that they were a couple, and buying a house together made it seem like they were married. Naruto crossed his arms under his chest, his frown deepening as he tossed the idea around in his head. Besides that one point, he really couldn't come up with any else. Shizune had proven to be a nice roommate over the last few weeks, barring what happened the night before, and it was pretty nice having someone waiting for him when he got home. Not to mention he had to think about what was best for their child. He didn't want his kid to be constrained to a small place all the time like he was when he was younger. How much do you have saved? He asked, giving in after a few minutes of silence. He almost laughed when T. He girl's face literally seemed to light up, and she leaned towards him with barely contained excitement. He didn't know it, but it had always been her dream to own a home, preferably one with 2 stories, surrounded by trees. And a field large enough for her to practice even her most devastating jutsus. She'd love to be able to simply walk outside her back door when she felt like training rather than having to walk or run nearly 5 miles to the nearest training grounds. Almost 3 million yen, maybe 100,000 yen more if I can get my safety deposit back on this apartment. What about you? The blonde scratching the back of his head as he did so. Only around 2 million, but I'll be making loads of money once I start doing Anbu missions. Shizune frowned slightly, but nodded. That means we have 5 million yen altogether. A good home would probably be around 12,500,000, so we'll have to take out a loan for at least 7,500,000. Paid over 30 years and counting in a 6% interest rate, we'd be paying around 35,000 a month including the current rate of property taxes. A great deal compared to what we're paying now. Naruto looked at her. She'd calculated all that in her head. Noticing his stare, she shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. What? Being a medic specialist requires that I be really fucking good at math. I noticed. You seem to have thought about this before. Shizune blushed lightly and shrugged again. The truth was, she'd been thinking about it ever since she entered the academy. Well, if you don't mind having me for a roommate, I'm all for it. The Ravenhead's eyes widened, and shortly after, she launched herself headfirst at Naruto. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, she yelled, wrapping her arms around his neck. The blonde playfully returned the hug, chuckling lightly at her exuberance. Chapter 5. This was the one of the few times he'd ever seen her get so excited over anything. It was a highly refreshing change from the mellow, kind, bossy Shizune he'd become used to over the past couple of months. She pulled back a little and stared into his eyes, a wide smile still stretched across her face. The amused, innocent look he regarded her with was positively endearing. She really felt like kissing him at that moment, and the only thing stopping her was the fact that she was a bit unsure as to how he would react. As annoying as it was, the blonde still seemed to be more focused on training and she actually had a small interest in making things between them work. Shizune's mouth tugged downwards. Why was she agonizing over the idea? It was just a small peck on the lips to show her appreciation. If he freaked out over a small smooch between friends it wouldn't be her fault at all. Confident in her reasoning, she lowered her lips towards his. A soft cough quickly interrupted her plans, and she slowly lifted her eyes to see Hinata looking at them with a blank stare. In her excitement, she'd completely forgotten the young girl was still there. Dinner's ready, Hinata said, her voice oddly neutral. Naruto wasted no time in hopping up and heading towards the bathroom, inadvertently throwing the medic Nin back onto the couch. Okay, I'm starving. As she watched him go, Shizune marveled over the fact that he hadn't been able to sense the mildly tense atmosphere that had developed in the room. Or, maybe he had and was simply avoiding it. Either way, she was highly annoyed that he had practically abandoned her. Surprisingly, Hinata just smiled gently and turned back towards the kitchen, removing her apron as she did so. You should wash up too, Tenten-chan. We wouldn't want the food to get cold. Oh, right. She stood to her feet and headed in the same direction Naruto had gone, her heart beating wildly the entire time. After quickly washing her hands and face, she returned to the small dining area of her living room. The other 2 people in her apartment were already chatting amiably about some jutsu or another. But she was more concerned about the food sitting in the middle of the table. Of course, she didn't actually believe that Hinata would try to poison her, at least not so obviously. No, she'd be much more subtle with it, most likely at a time or place where it'd be tough for anyone to connect her to the murder. A small smirk appeared on Shizune's face. That was impossible. The Hyuga was a lot of things. But she wasn't the type to consciously murder someone over something so small. At least, that's what she hoped. Hey, Shizune, it's about time you finished. Hinata-chan's and I are waiting for you. Okay, besides I wasn't taking all that long. The blue-haired girl narrowed her eyes into smaller slits than he could ever hope to achieve and crossed her arms under her chest. Enticed by the prospect of finally being able to eat. Together, The three of them placed their hands together and closed their eyes. Itadakimasu. Shizune sighed as she stared into the full-length mirror hanging on her door. It had been nearly a month since Hinata had begun to live with her and Naruto in her tiny apartment, and during that time, her belly had grown exponentially, to her, anyway. No matter how many times she showed him. The blonde only shrugged and claimed that it looked just as flat as ever. Not that he was ever really paying attention after all, he spent the majority of his time training and reading the Anbu handbook he'd been given by the Hokage. She'd been extremely surprised to see that he was actually able to take something other than ramen seriously. He would leave her apartment at around 6 in the morning and wouldn't return until 7 that night, leaving her no choice but to chat with the psychotic bitch in the next room. Shaking her head, the Junin quickly cast that thought from her mind. It really wasn't fair to Hinata to keep calling her crazy, even if it was inside of her own mind. The smaller girl had been doing her best to help out around the small living space, doing most if not all of the chores by herself. So far, she hadn't made any attempts to sneak into her room at night or poison her tea with cyanide. Perhaps she was overreacting a bit. Still, she just couldn't shake the image of Hinata's murderous violet eyes as she attempted to take her life, nor the horrendous string of curses that had spewed from her mouth. It was possible that she'd never get over it. The soft thud of someone landing outside of her apartment snapped her from her thoughts, and a small smile appeared on her face. At least Naruto was still here. Even if the Hyuga was plotting something, she couldn't do anything as long as he was still around. With that thought in mind, she opened the door and headed into the living room to greet the father of her baby. Unfortunately, someone had already beat her there. She watched annoyed as Hinata said something that caused the blonde to snicker before leading him to the kitchen. It had been happening more and more lately, and to be honest, it was starting to piss her off. She liked it better when she was the first one to greet him and ask how his day was, not Hinata. Striding purposefully out of her bedroom, she mad beeline towards the small room the other two had just entered. "Hey, Naruto, glad you're home. I need your help with something." Both of the teens turned from the stove to stare at her, Naruto in curiosity, and Hinata with what looked like annoyance. Just as quickly as it had come, the look disappeared, leaving Shizune wondering if she had seen correctly in the first place. "Sure, but can it wait for a little while? Hinata made ramen for dinner." The Ravenhead narrowed her eyes, instantly putting the blonde on edge. He'd seen that look before hundreds of times on the Hokage, and more often than not. It meant that someone was about to get fucked up. He took a step towards the glaring girl, idly wondering where the hell she had picked that particular technique up. "Sorry, Hinata, I'll be back as soon as I finish helping Shizune." The medic nin almost felt like smirking smugly at the smaller girl but managed to hold it in for the time being. Even if she'd had to resort to that move, he was glad to have finally beat the younger Hyuga in something. A couple of weeks earlier, the Hokage herself had called her into her office. While she'd been excited to be visiting with her mentor for something other than missions. Despite her nervousness, the meeting had gone rather well after the first 10 or so minutes, anyway. She'd received the chewing out of her life from her master, and she cringed even now when she thought about. Never in her life had she ever received such severe admonishment from anyone, and it was quite the humbling experience as she'd found out. Thankfully, the woman had only given her a hard, skull-crushing bop on top of the head, claiming that she'd given Naruto enough of a beating for both of them. After that, however, things went rather well. Tsunade also offered to help them find a place to live since she was among the first to receive the latest real estate listings. At the end of their meeting, she'd almost fainted when the Hokage had enveloped her in a hug and told her that she was like a sister-in-law. "So, what did you need help with?" Naruto asked, following her into the room. Shizune pulled a large manila envelope out of her top drawer and handed it to him. "Hokage-sama gave us a list of all the current houses available on the market. Since we're both buying the house, we should pick the ones we want to look at together." When he regarded her with an incredulous stare, the Ravenhead crossed her arms and looked away. "What?" She felt his eyes bore into the side of her head, almost as if they were trying to see directly into her mind. The method she'd used to pull him away had been too obvious. Naruto would realize that there was something more going on. After a couple of seconds of silent observation, the Anbu sighed ghtly and scratched at the back of his head. Well, it's just that this could have waited for an hour or two. We have plenty of time to find a place, after all. I promise I'll look at them with you when I'm done eating, alright? Although she was relieved that he didn't ask what was wrong, she also didn't want him to leave. She watched his green and black clad back as he left the room, feeling more uneasy with each step he took. For some reason, it felt as if he was going off to a battle that he'd never returned from. Her panic rising, Shizune threw herself at his back and wrapped her arms around his waist. Feeling him stiffen in her embrace. Why, you'll come right back, right, she mumbled, her voice becoming lost in the thick material of his jacket. It hadn't really occurred to her before now, but Naruto was pretty big. He easily towered over her own small frame, and now that she thought about it, she'd always had to look up at him when they spoke. The more time she spent around him, the less she saw the fake energetic 12-year-old boy she'd met over 2 years ago. Of course, I made a promise, didn't I? And you should know by now that I never go back on my word. Shizune smiled lightly at his words. Even if he'd grown both mentally and physically, that was one thing he could never change. She slowly released the boy from her grip, allowing him to continue on towards the kitchen. What the hell was she worried about? Naruto wouldn't desert her. He'd never been that way. You're done already, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, turning away from the stove. The blonde grinned widely and plopped down at the table. Yep, turns out it was something that could wait for a while. I'm gonna help her when I'm done eating. A strange look passed over the girl's face, causing Naruto's eyebrows to furrow slightly. I see. She placed a large bowl of ramen in front of him before seating herself down next to him with her own. Shizune's a bit impatient, isn't she? He cocked his head in thought, using his chopsticks to slurp up a mouthful of the noodles. What do you mean? The Hyuga too swallowed a serving of the ramen, using her hand to lightly wipe at her mouth before speaking. Well, she can be a little bossy sometimes. Don't you think it's hard to be around her for a long time? Naruto shrugged his shoulders, continuing to shovel the soup down his throat. Never really thought about it. But she can also be really nice. Not that he minded sharing the living room with Hinata. Although he was a bit sad about having to give up the couch in favor of the hardwood floor, it was fun talking with her about random things before going to bed. She was often able to offer him advice when he was working on a new jutsu, and she even gave him tips she'd learned from her cousin Ab, out making his transition into the Anbu easier. So that's why he couldn't for the life of him figure out what was going on between the two women. Sighing softly, he decided that he should probably talk. Jiraiya-sensei's advice in this situation: if it doesn't involve you, don't get involved. The quiet voice of the girl next to him snapped him out of his thoughts, and he blinked a few times before turning to look at her. Sorry, what did you say? I missed it. Hinata lowered her head and placed her fingers together, subconsciously getting back into her old habit. I said, I don't think you should move in together with Shizune. Naruto's eyebrows arched, but before he could speak, she continued. Like I said, she can be really insensitive sometimes. It's all right now because I'm here, but once I go back home, things will only get worse. You'll have to do everything by yourself, and she'll probably force you into doing things that you don't want to do. I'm telling you this for your own good, Naruto-kun. The blonde stared at her in shock. This was easily the last thing he would have expected her to say, and it also reinforced his belief that there was something going on between the two females. He sighed loudly and leaned back from the table, loosely resting his hands behind his head. What she'd said certainly had some merit. He wasn't sure if she knew it or not, but Shizune had already forced him into doing things that he didn't want to do. He couldn't argue that she could be insensitive, and there was a possibility that she was only acting civil because Hinata was around. Perhaps she was right in that it would be a bad move to live with the girl. A sudden image of Shizune's excited face appeared in his mind, instantly stopping his thought process in its tracks. He remembered how happy she had looked when he agreed to buy a house with her, and how hard she was working to find them the perfect one. He'd feel really bad about denying her after he'd already promised that he would. And he also never went back on his word if he could help it. Smirking slightly, he looked over at the expectantly staring Hyuga. Sorry, Hinata-chan, but I already promised her I'd do it and you know my Nindo. He thought he saw anger pass over her face for a second, but when he looked again, there was a small, neutral smile on her face. She stood up from the table and grabbed her bowl, walking towards the sink with the porcelain dish. It's okay. I shouldn't have said something so unreasonable in the first place. I'm sure things will work out somehow. Naruto nodded. He had the bowl in both hands and downed the last of the broth, letting loose a content sigh as he set it back down. Thanks for the meal. It was great. When she smiled and nodded, the blonde stood from the table and began to walk out of the small dining area. I'm gonna go help Shizune now, okay. With that, he stretched and strode back towards the brunette's room. The door was closed, so he knocked lightly on the wooden surface and waited for an answer. Who is it? Shizune asked from inside. It's me, I'm done eating. The girl opened the door and smiled up at him, motioning for him to enter ahead of her. The feel of someone staring at her grabbed her attention, and lifting her head towards the kitchen, she saw Hinata staring at her. It wasn't malicious like she'd expected it to be, instead, it looked like envy. She smiled lightly at the Hyuga in what she hoped was a friendly manner and was pleased to see her former friend return the grin. Perhaps things could work out between them after all. Her smile widening a bit, she closed the door and turned to address Naruto, completely missing the sad frown that appeared on Hinata's face soon after. Time skip. Team Asuma have decided to Avenue NG their sensei, but everything didn't go as planned as the three students are facing off against 2S rank ninjas. Naruto jumps down with his Gunabi. I don't care if you want to avenge your sensei your fathers could have been murder and still wouldn't give a shit. Stay out of my way or die. Naruto glaring at Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Every one of them couldn't believe this was the same Naruto. Even Ino couldn't believe it. She just then noticed that Naruto could have overpowered her anytime he wanted to. Naruto, what are you talking about? You need our help, yelled Shikamaru, not believing his friend is like this. Shikamaru is right, Naruto, you need our help, said Ino. 1,000 hidden snake hand no jutsu. Shooting thousands of his snakes, but to these aren't just any snakes. These snakes each have a powerful venom that attacks the nervous system and destroying all the nerves, thus crippling Hidan. Naruto charges at Kakuzo, pulling out his gunbai, quickly appearing behind Kakuzo, cutting him in half with his wind-cutting salamander, K's no Setsuden Sanshu, casting 3 giant crest moon, cutting Kakuzo in half and destroying all the trees. Thinking he killed him, Naruto soon became relaxed. He then tense up when hair-like threads spreading out to put him back together. Well, Jinchuriki, it seems like you destroyed 2 of my hearts, said a smirking Kakuzo, then transform into a hair-like monster. I don't understand, you should be dead unless it's the work of a forbidden jutsu. Yes, you're right, Jinchuriki, the forbidden jutsu I've used is called Earth Grudge Fear, which allow me to take the hearts of my victims. I don't just become immortal but gain their affinity, said a smirking Kakuzo. Naruto couldn't help but smirk. This was a perfect chance to use his new jutsu Naruto. Oh, then use Hirishin. He appeared behind Kakuzo, punching him in the back with a wind-enhanced punch. He appeared in front of Kakuzo, throwing Shuriken Kunai and Senbo enhance with wind chakra, tearing Kakuzo apart. While Kakuzo is shocked at the brutality he's going through, he gets his head together. Fire release. Burning yellow dragonfly missile, Hiro no Tonbo no Misairu o Nensho, firing 5 dragonfly shape fireballs. Naruto then quickly dodges but couldn't dodge all of them, with one of the missiles burning his left arm. Naruto quickly tore the arm sleeve. Naruto then decides to end this. He unleashes a white snake half the size of Manda, wraps it around Kakuzo. Naruto creates a clone. They create a wind Rasengan. The Rasengan then starts to grow wind blades and them charge and release the new jutsu. This is the end of you Akatsuki scum. Wind release. Rasenshuriken, yelled Naruto. After that he walked over to Hidan, unsealing his Sorobarika, Soul Breaker, the blade revealing it to be an Okaten. The blade so white you can see your reflection. It had a black and blue guard. Even though you're paralyzed, you're still alive. Lucky for you, I have something for you. This sword is able to steal, eat and absorb people's souls. Hidan widened his eyes, knowing what this meant. He was going to die. He literally couldn't do anything. The last thing he felt was nothing, absolutely. Chapter 6. Few days later, meeting up with his Anbu squad. Congratulations, newbie. A bit excessive with the gunbai, but you pass, she said, shaking his hand as he accepted the guise. The new Anbu officer jumped for joy, instantly king the serious atmosphere that had developed amongst them. When he finally calmed down enough to stand still, the other two men in the squad stepped forward and shook his hand, patting him on the back in congratulations. So, what are your plans for tonight? You are celebrating, aren't you? The leader of the group asked, crossing her arms over her chest. The blonde shrugged his shoulders. He hadn't really thought much about what he'd do if he managed to pass the exam, and as such, found that he had trouble coming up with something. The woman sighed and threw an arm around his shoulders, shaking her head in exasperation at his lack of forethought. Come on, kid, you're an Anbu officer now. Surely you have something in mind. When he shrugged his shoulders sheepishly, she sighed louder and turned to the other two shinobi, placing a lazy hand on her hip as she did so. Tell you what, how about we all throw you a little party to commemorate this event? We can go to a few clubs, get a few drinks, screw a few chicks, you know. The good stuff. You guys are okay with it, right? The two men exchanged what he assumed to be wary glances, but nodded anyway. Great, we'll head back to HQF. Or a shower and a change of clothes before going straight to the clubs. Away, troops. With that, the woman disappeared into the treetops, sprinting full speed towards the village. Left alone in the clearing, the blonde turned to stare at the remaining Anbu officers in disbelief. Is she always like that? He asked, disbelief apparent on his face. They shrugged, and spoke simultaneously, almost as if they were used to answering this question. You'll get used to it. Naruto glanced at his watch for the 5th time in 10 minutes. Shortly after getting back to the Anbu headquarters, his squad leader had given him and his team the instructions to be ready at 7 or die. Amazingly enough, the woman herself had yet to show up. Fed up, he turned to the two men leaning against the wall next to him. Both of them clad in casual jeans and long-sleeved dress shirts just like he was. Is she always like, yes? He blinked lightly at the automatic and simultaneous answer. I love the taste of fear. The woman moaned, purposefully tightening her arms around his neck. The blonde gulped in surprise. He hadn't even sensed her coming up behind him. Despite her playful nature, he really had to remember that she was still an armed and deadly shinobi who knew 100 ways to kill a man with only her pinky finger. Ah, ha ha ha, I was just saying how great it was to have you as a squad leader. And how thankful I was that you were taking me out tonight. He winced slightly as she bit down on his earlobe, using her teeth to pull at the squishy flesh. She gently owned her hips against him and put her mouth directly next to his ear. Nice try, newbie. I'm gonna have to punish you for lying later. To his obvious relief, she let him go and began to walk towards the double doors leading out of the compound, motioning for the others in her squad to follow. Come on, boys, time to party. Naruto started to follow, but the woman turned around and held out a hand, causing him to stop in his tracks. Not you, Blondie. Your wifey's here to pick you up. He followed her line of sight to see Shizune looking at him from the front desk. When she saw that he'd noticed her, she lifted her hand to wave at him, her smile hesitant and unsure. Shizune, when did you get here? He asked, surprise evident in his voice. Rather than wait for the girl's answer, his troop leader stepped in to answer for her. She's been here for a while. Apparently, she was waiting for you so that you two could celebrate together. I was talking to her for a little while just now, hence the reason I was late. She sighed dramatically and pouted. It's a shame, really. Oh, the things I would have done to you, anyway. We're off. Later, Naruto-kun. Remember to wrap it before you slap it. Or something like that. The irony of her warning wasn't lost on neither him nor Shizune. Shaking his head, he walked over to the Ravenhead with a smirk. He hadn't noticed it at first, but Shizune looked absolutely stunning. She was wearing a simple, strapless, black two-tier dress, perfectly hiding her slightly bulging stomach. Her hair hung in a bun, more mature appearance, and a small bit of makeup adorned her face. You look incredible, he breathed, eyes raising to meet hers. She blushed prettily and turned away, self-consciously pulling at the hem of her dress. To be honest, she wasn't used to wearing things like this. She was much more comfortable in a kimono, and her shoulders felt naked without something covering them. Plus, she wasn't a big fan of the leering stares and whistles she got from males as she passed by. That was probably the biggest reason. Somehow, though, those 3 little words he'd uttered had made everything worth it. She cleared her throat noisily, still avoiding eye contact. Gee, thanks. I'm serious. If I'd known you were out here waiting for me and that, I'd have been out here hours ago. Well, I guess that's not really possible since we just got back at 6, but, wow. By now, her face was red enough to rival even the ripest of tomatoes. She didn't know if he was doing it on purpose, but his words were flattering her to no end. She clenched her fist to get a grip on herself before turning her head back around to face him. We should get going soon. I made reservations for 7:30 at a restaurant not too far from here, she murmured, using all of her willpower not to fuss with her dress any more than she already had. He nodded and motioned for her to walk in front of him. Lead the way, gorgeous. She pouted lightly and glared up at him, crossing her arms as they walked towards the front doors of the building. Stop that. Stop what? Flattering me when you don't really mean it. Naruto raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. He hadn't expected her to say that of all things. But I do mean it. Besides, I wouldn't say it if I didn't. She stared up at him, closely watching him for any sign of deceit. When she couldn't find any, she softened her eyes and averted her gaze. She hated and loved how easy it was for him to come off as innocent, but at the same time, she liked that innocence. It made her feel like she could be herself around him than anyone else, even her master who she's been tagging along with for years. Smiling minutely, she turned her eyes forward and continued walking. They managed to reach the restaurant with nearly 10 minutes to spare and were seated almost as soon as they'd arrived. To Naruto, the restaurant looked extremely high class. The tables looked like they were made from the finest wood, and there were dozens of plants adorning the large dining room. It was split off into 12 sections, and there were 2 4-seat tables in each one, giving them an adequate amount of privacy from everyone else. The dimmed lights set an almost romantic mood, and 3 plain scented candles were placed in the middle of the table for extra light. All in all, it was easily the best place he'd ever been to. Are you sure we can afford this? He asked, staring around at all of the new and different things inside the building. Shizune stared at him as if he'd grown another head. What are you talking about? Of course we can. This is well within our price range. She idly wondered when they began saying things like, we, and, are. By the way, you're only allowed 1 bowl of ramen toni. GHT, okay, far enough, good, because I want you to taste some real food for a change. The blonde smirked grudgingly, opening the menu to take a look inside. The ravenette couldn't help but smile and did the same, only half looking since she'd been here many times before. A waiter approached their table with a notepad and small towel hanging over his tuxedo-clad arm, a regal and professional smile stretched across his face. Are you ready to order? He asked, setting down the glasses of water. Shizune immediately nodded and began to spout off the things she wanted. I'll start off with a small Caesar salad, miso soup, a plate of salmon sashimi, and a plate of soba. Also, some sake would be nice. The man nodded and wrote her order down before turning to the young man intensely reading the menu. And you, sir? MHHH, I'll have everything she's having. Plus a bowl of shrimp ramen. The waiter gave him a funny look but wrote his order down regardless. He then bowed and walked away from the table, presumably to relay their requests to the chef. This must be your first time eating at one of these places, she remarked, smirking slightly in mirth. His face immediately became a little sad as he shrugged and smiled sheepishly. Yeah, when I tried to go to these kinds of places before, I wasn't very welcome. Her eyes widening slightly, she placed her hand over his and gripped it lightly, drawing his eyes to her own. She'd always had the bad habit of saying the wrong things at the wrong times, and this situation was no exception. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. What are you apologizing for? It's not like it was your fault or anything. In fact, I'm really happy that you brought me here. Now I can smile smugly at any guy that happens to walk by, knowing that he wishes he could eat dinner with a beautiful girl like you. In Naruto's mind, His comment was perfectly normal, but since staying with Shizune he started to actually love her. Now he thought it was the best time to do what he believed. Shizune, you're blushing. I am not, you just caught me a little off guard. I swear, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that you were trying to pick me up. She looked at the shit-eating grin expression on his face and sighed. Maybe. A flash of pink caught her attention, and she moved her eyes to look over at the spot above Naruto's shoulder. She felt her jaw drop when she saw that none other than Haruno Sakura, the boy in front of her's love interest, was just entering the restaurant with her boyfriend. What are you looking at? Naruto asked, turning his head to look. Panicking, she gripped his hand harder, instantly bringing his attention back to her. Maybe if she was lucky, she could distract him long enough for their friends to be seated in another area. The place wasn't that busy, so there was a reasonably good chance that they wouldn't be seated in the same. Shizune-chan. Is that you? Goddammit. God fucking damn it. Why the hell did she even bother? She knew her luck. She knew that both Karma and the Demon Lord of Fate had it out for her. People like her weren't allowed to hope. Pasting on a fake smile, she lifted her head to look up at fellow medic Nin. Hey, Sakura-chan. What are the chances of meeting you here? If she sensed her sarcasm, she certainly didn't show it. Instead, she leaned down and wrapped the girl in a quick hug. I know, right, who's your... Shizune sighed as she realized what was about to come next. Naruto. The girl shrieked, for the first time noticing the cold Anbu officer. You're on a date with Naruto. The Ravenet looked over at the blonde for a hint as to what to say, unsure which answer he would like best. Sakura date was young man around the age of 19 years old having an average face with red hair tied up in a pointy tail. Unfortunately, he was currently still stuck in a state of shock at seeing her. It also didn't help that her hand was currently gripping his in what could be called a romantic way. So, shrugging on the inside, she brightened her smile and looked back up at Sakura. Why, yes, I am. She didn't need to look at Naruto to know that he was currently staring at her with wide eyes. Naruto-kun just passed his Anbu exam, and I'm taking him out to celebrate. Right, her partner slowly nodded his head, expression unchanging during the entire exchange. It honestly surprised her that he hadn't outright denied the lie and make up one, especially given he finally took off his mask. Oh, I see, so you're not on a date. Toshio-kun, let's sit here. It's okay, isn't it? She asked, turning to the waiter who was escorting them. The man shrugged his shoulders uncaring in response. It was obvious that he hadn't been working here for very long. Sure, someone else will be by in a little while to take your orders. He bowed and waltzed off without another word, completely missing the venomous glare and death threats Shizune was mentally sending at his back. She'd been a little insulted by Sakura not calling their date real, and as such she can understand why Naruto hated her, felt a small amount of animosity towards her friend. Shizune-chan, you look great. I didn't know you owned a dress like that. The brunette smiled and nodded, pretending to care about the slinky red dress the other kunoichi was wearing. You too. I bet you have Toshio eating out of the palm of your hand with that one. Both girls shared a laugh, though Shizune's was noticeably much more forced. Although she'd been expecting it, she was a bit surprised when Sakura immediately began shooting questions at the two. So, is this your first date? No, really. How many have you had? A few. Are you officially together? You could say that. For how long? A while. Why haven't I heard about it until now? Who knows? Shizune-chan, your answers are too vague. Are they? She could literally feel the disappointment pouring off of the Medicnin apprentice, and though she wouldn't admit it if asked, she got a supreme amount of satisfaction from denying the girl her gossip. Luckily, the waiter arrived with their food, and she eagerly turned to the dishes in front of them. She couldn't talk if she was eating. And if she was eating, Sakura couldn't ask any more questions. As she was reveling in this small victory, she somehow managed to overlook scowl that had settled over the blonde. He picked at his food with obvious unhappy, every now and then glancing at the table to her left. It took a few seconds of watching, but she eventually realized what was bothering him. He was upset seeing Sakura. She picked up a piece of salmon with her chopsticks and held it out towards him. When he looked at her in confusion, she smiled sultrily and adjusted her body so that he got a clear look at her cleavage. Say, Ah, she whispered, leaning the food towards him a little more. He opened his mouth wide enough for her to place the piece of fish inside, instantly forgetting about the two at the next table. It was hard to concentrate on someone else when Shizune was currently permeating through all 5 of his senses. For her part, she was satisfied with the wide-eyed expression on Sakura's face. If there was any doubt about her relationship with Naruto, it was wiped away with this latest action. Shizune. She returned her attention to Naruto, only to see him offering her a piece of fish too. She blinked in confusion at the action but opened her mouth anyway. She couldn't help but feel happy. For some reason Naruto feeding her made her feel happy, smiling at him as she chewed and swallowed the meat. If the other girl was shocked before, then she was positively electrocuted now. They continued the meal like that, chatting, laughing and every now and then feeding each other pieces of food. It genuinely pleased her that the newly instated Anbu officer had shifted into a better mood, which was a good thing, since he missed Sakura feeding Toshio some of her dishes in an attempt to not be outdone. "What's with your squad leader, anyway? She was all over you," Shizune exclaimed, pouting and crossing her arms for added effect. Naruto blushed lightly and shrugged, taking a sip of water from his glass. "The other guys in my team says it's just because I'm new." Even though they also said she didn't do it to them, quickly realizing that it wasn't helping in his situation any. He coughed and took another sip of water. "Do you like that?" He lifted an eyebrow at the question, setting down the cup to look at her. Her face looked genuinely curious, leaving him wondering what it was she was talking about. Like what? Was pretty much a golden rule within the girl code that she had to go to the bathroom with another female if asked, so she grabbed her own purse and turned to face Sakura. Not at all. The two women walked side by side towards the restrooms, leaving both of their dates behind. Suddenly aware of exactly what he and Shun were doing, the blonde sign playing around with his cup, searching his pocket for a small box, now smiling. In the bathroom, things weren't going nearly as well as they were with the guys. Sakura touched up her makeup, looking into the mirror to check herself over before speaking. "So, you two really are dating?" A bit put off by the blunt statement, the Ravenet turned away from the mirror to look at her. "You didn't believe me before." "Well, it's not that, but, you expected Naruto-kun not to be interested in anyone since he came back, and now people saying he's like a young Itachi, and now you're a little jealous that he has found someone and never liked you, is that it?" The pink-haired Kunoichi looked absolutely appalled at her words, mostly because she'd hit the nail right on the proverbial head. Not that she could let Shizune know that. "No, of course not. I'm glad he's found someone else." The Ravenet snorted disbelievingly, looking back at the mirror to continue messing with her makeup. To be honest, she looked perfectly fine as she was. She just wanted something to do while she waited for Sakura to say what she really wanted. So, Sakura started, awkwardly playing with her hands. "Have you two, you know?" Shizune lightly shrugged her shoulders, not bothering to turn away from the mirror. "No, I don't know. You have to be clearer if you want an actual answer." She winced a bit as she realized that her words had come out a little harsh. Not that anyone could blame her considering how annoyed she was with the other girl. They were all adults here, so she really didn't see the point in mincing words. "You mean have we fucked?" "I wouldn't put it so crudely, but yes. Of course. Plenty of times." "Okay." So she was stretching the truth a bit, but she'd be damned if she let Sakura get the upper hand on her. Besides, it was well worth seeing the shocked look on her face. "How was it?" Shizune turned away from the mirror long enough to look at her in disbelief. "Would I have fucked him plenty of times if he sucked? I don't think there's anyone I'd have rather lost my virginity to than Naruto-kun. As far as people she actually knew goes, Naruto was easily the best choice, and she was starting to actually like him." I see. How big is it?" At Shizune's incredulous face, she waved her hands in front of her with embarrassment. "Just out of curiosity. Size always said it was tiny. So, hold 2 fists together." Sakura did so, and smiled. "Oh, that's about Aver." Her voice caught in her throat when the Ravenet Mednon placed her own fist on top of that and seemed to be sizing it up. It's a little bigger, I guess, but this should give you a ballpark estimate." In all actuality, she wasn't lying about this one. She distinctly remembered having to use both of her hands to jack him off a month or so before, and she also remembered how awesome it had felt inside of her. She absent-mindedly rubbed her thighs together, an action which didn't go missed by her friend. For the first time ever, she felt some remorse for turning down Naruto, not that he would be with you. Toshio was only about half that size, and she hadn't really enjoyed making love that first night. Magical wasn't what she'd call it at all. It got better with time, but if Naruto was great on the first night, she mentally shook her head, throwing that thought from her mind as quickly as possible before it got out of hand. Not bad, I suppose. Looks like Sai was wrong about Naruto. Shizune snorted lightly, almost as if saying, that's for sure. Well, if you're done here, I'm going back out to finish my date. As she turned to walk towards the door, she felt a strong hand wrap around her forearm. Surprised, she turned around to look at the other girl. You had something else to say. Yes, I don't think you should go out with Naruto. At least not yet. He's changed. He has become really cold. People even saying at the same level of Itachi when he was an Anbu and didn't. You heard when he fought those two Akatsuki members. Naruto threat Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, even going far has threatened to kill them if they get in his way. I just don't think it's safe for you to be in a relationship with him. Shizune stared at Sakura in absolute disbelief. Who the fuck did she think she was to tell her what to do? After all the pain and torment she'd put her teammate through. Even though he had a mask on, she now say she can understand Naruto's hatred for her. Did she think she had the right to say who he should and shouldn't date? She clenched her fists at her sides to stem some of her anger. Flying off the handle would just make herself look immature. Listen, Sakura, I know you miss having Naruto-kun at your beck and call whenever you want him, and I can't fault why. Oh, you for feeling a bit jealous of our relationship. However, don't try to pass it off as being concerned for our well-being. Naruto-kun and I are doing wonderfully without your advice, so you can take your superficial idiotic arrogance and shove it. She wrenched her arm from Sakura's grip and turned on her heel, waltzing out of the bathroom with as much grace as she could muster. As soon as she reached the dining area, she slowed her pace to a walk. It wouldn't do to show up at the table with an angry face. By the time she reached their table, she was completely calm and poised, meeting Naruto's curious stare with a smile. Hey, I'm about ready to go. Can you find the waiter so we can pay? He watched her for a few more seconds before nodding and walking off towards the front of the restaurant. He could tell that something was up, but he could also tell that she didn't want to talk about it. When she was sure that he was out of hearing distance, she plopped down onto her seat with a heavy sigh. Reaching into her purse for a mint to get rid of the smell of the food they'd just eaten. Sakura pasted on a smile and sat down, trying to act as if nothing had happened. Shortly after, Naruto returned to the table. Did you get the check? She asked, standing up and grabbing her purse. She wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. The blonde shook his head and grinned. Nah, I went ahead and paid it. What? No, I was treating you. Don't worry, I got a huge bonus when I passed the exam. The bill barely scraped the surface of what I received. She pouted for a few seconds but nodded, realizing that she really couldn't argue since it was already paid and done with. She suddenly wrinkled her nose at him and turned her head away. Your breath stinks. He glared down playfully at her, crossing his arms for emphasis. What do you expect? I just finished eating fish. I guess it can't be helped, she sighed, shaking her head. Here, I'll give you a mint. With that, she obed the back of his head and forced his mouth down to hers, molding their lips together in a wet, sloppy kiss. As they made out in the dim lighting, she made it a point to show the transferring of tea. He mint from her mouth to his via tongue, and moaned in surprise when he sucked both the candy and her tongue into his mouth. He was being very cooperative tonight. When she felt another part of his anatomy begin to push into her body, she reluctantly decided to stop. He probably wouldn't like having to hide his boner as he walked out of the restaurant. Planting a few more short kisses on his lips, she slowly released him from her grip. Eyes still a bit glazed over with lust. Thanks for the mint, he breathed, lips slightly swollen from the kiss. She winked up at him and turned back towards the gaping Sakura and smiling Toshio. Sorry about that, sometimes, we just can't help ourselves. It was nice seeing you too. She latched onto Naruto's arm and led him towards the exit, pushing down T. He grinned that was threatening to split her face. Fuck, she wished she had a camera to capture the look on Sakura's face. Congratulations on making Anbu, Naruto Uzumaki, Toshio called from behind them. The blonde looked over his shoulder and waved. Didn't you see them making out just a few seconds ago? She shrieked, still obviously put off by their vivacious display of affection. Yeah, lucky bastard. Ooh, my god. That was awesome. She looked like a fish. Shizune laughed, leaning heavily on the blonde at her side. Really, I wasn't really paying attention. Your tongue down my throat was pretty distracting. She punched him lightly on the arm, her smile widening at the fake whimper he produced shortly afterwards. They walked along in silence for a few minutes, both enjoying the full moon and numerous stars dotting the sky. It was a beautiful night, and glancing down at the still softly smiling girl, realized that there was something much more beautiful than the sky right next to him. Thanks, he said, still staring down at her. She raised her eyes to meet his in curiosity. For what? For everything. For remembering about my exam, taking me out to dinner. Having my first date with you was amazing. 2. Chapter 7. Do you remember after I defeated Kakuzo and Hidan, said Naruto. Shizune, unable to speak, just nodded her head. How can she not forget his arm? Has he obviously damaged? Not to forget the augment him and her master had. Flashback after the death of Kakuzo and Hidan. Inside the hospital is Team Kakashi, Tsunade, and Shizune. With Naruto laying down having his arm annualized by Tsunade. While everyone looking uneasy, especially Shizune seeing the damage of his arm. Naruto, you may have killed the 2 Akatsuki members, but this wind jutsu is dangerous. It damages the cells of a person on a cellular level but also severely damage your arm. The Rasenshuriken is considered a kinjutsu. If you use this again you might never be able to use it again. So, I'm forbidden you from using this jutsu again, said Tsunade with all seriousness in her voice. No, excuse me, I said no, I will use the Rasenshuriken if I have to. Why you idot is your Hokage, I'm ordering you from using it, yelled Tsunade with furious rage. I said no, and don't act like you know how my body works. You're forgetting I'm an Uzumaki. Also the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, my arm would just heal, said Naruto glaring at her. Naruto, you baka, who dare you disrespect Tsunade-sama? You show. Don't act all high and mighty. Haruno, if I wanted an opinion from a fangirl I'll just go to Ino. Now do Eve Ryon a favor and shut the fuck up before I break your jaw, said Naruto, now getting up and leaving. Before he could get out he ran into Shizune. So, Shizune, are you going to scold me and how to respect Tsunade? And I shouldn't use the Rasenshuriken, said passively, not really caring if she scolded him or not. No, I think what you did was right. To be honest, your arm will heal and you did whatever you had to do. I'm just happy you okay, said a blushing Shizune. Naruto had a shock expression, surprised she agreed with him. Before leaving he smiled at her. Flashback end. Hey, isn't your apartment around here? She asked. He nodded. Yeah, next street over. Why? I want to see it. I've never been to your place, and you've been living in mine for a while now. It's only fair, right? Without even giving him a chance to answer, she tightened her grip on his arm and led him towards his apartment building. She practically pulled him up the steps despite not knowing which one was his, and realizing this fact, impatiently looked up at him for directions, a fact that amused him to no end. He lifted a finger and pointed towards his apartment. That one. No sooner had the words left his mouth did He find himself being pulled towards said room. She tapped her foot in impatience as he struggled to unlock the door, and when he finally got it open, was the first one inside. He turned on the lights and made a huge, sweeping, sarcastic gesture. And here we are, my humble abode. There's really not much to see. He turned to look at her, but found that she'd disappeared in the 2 seconds he had taken his eyes off of her. Shizune, in here. Lifting an eyebrow, he headed towards the voice, which just happened to be coming from his bedroom. Sensing danger, he cautiously walked into the small room, looking in all directions as he entered. Shizune, you're in here, right? The sound of the door slamming and locking behind him confirmed his worry, and he turned around just in time to see the smaller girl launch herself at him. He stumbled backwards a few steps in an attempt to regain his balance, but only ended up falling flat back first onto his bed with Shizune still wrapped around his torso. They lie in that position for a few seconds, just listening to the sound of each other's breaths and the feel of each other's heartbeat against their chests. Finally, he attempted to get up only to find that he couldn't. "Shit, can't move," he said, still struggling underneath her. "Good." Shizune, knowing what he was about to say next, she snuggled herself deeper into his chest and gripped his body tighter against her. "I just want to stay like this for a little while. Can't I?" He let loose a small but nodded. He honestly couldn't think of any reason why not, and she'd sounded so sincere when she'd said it. It seemed as if she honestly just wanted to spend time with him. "You really should be more careful. You're pregnant, you know." "I know. With our baby." Although she couldn't see it, he slowly nodded his head again. "It feels weird knowing that we're going to be parents and married, doesn't it? I mean, you're still young and I'm older than an. In my story she's 29. We're supposed to have our whole lives ahead of us, yet we're already going to have a child and marry. In under half a year, we'll basically be creating something that's a part of both of us. It seems unreal." Shizune chuckled lightly into his chest. "Who knew, didn't Naruto, you could be so deep?" He grunted smugly in response, earning another round of giggles from the kunoichi. "I understand what you mean, though. Even now I'm not sure if I can do it. If we can do it. We're both orphans, and neither of us have ever had any parents. We don't have any kind of examples to go by unless you count daytime television. And we're still kids ourselves. 18 and 28 is an extremely young age to have such a huge responsibility. Sometimes I worry if I'll be a good mother." "You will." She lifted her head to look at him, disbelief apparent on her face. "What makes you say that?" "I can just tell. Even though you can't really cook, clean, and don't know how to take care of children well, if you see Onsider Tsunade, a giant child." Shizune punched him lightly in the side, scowling up at him in disdain. "You, like me, have a lot of love to give. I think the fact that we were both orphans will make us better parents. We know what it's like to be alone, and there's no way either of us will let our son go through that." She nodded her agreement, smiling softly at his words. Hearing him express high feelings on the matter made her much more confident in her own abilities. "And, wait, what do you mean our son? We're obviously have a girl." "Are you kidding? There's no way that could happen. We're going to have a brown-haired, blue-eyed little boy." She glared at him with as much hate as she could muster, which wasn't much at this point in time. Wrong. We're going to have a blonde-haired, brown-eyed little girl." "What makes you so sure? What makes you so sure?" "I just know these things. My intuition has never failed me before." Shizune choked out a laugh, highly amused by his baseless deduction. "Well, the baby is growing inside of me, and I can tell that she is going to have blonde hair and brown eyes. My mother's intuition thoroughly trumps yours." Naruto huffed lightly, realizing that he really had no way of beating that. "In any case, I'll be happy no matter how the baby comes out." "Those sound like the words of a loser to me." "Shut it." She laughed again and snuggled herself deeper into her chest, breathing in the scent of him mixed with the smell of the restaurant they'd left over half an hour ago. For some reason, she felt completely safe in his arms, and she just knew that everything would be okay as long as he was there. She relaxed herself against him and let out a yawn, drifting in and out of consciousness as they lie together. Unable to keep herself awake any longer, she slowly closed her eyes and mumbled one last sentence before going to sleep. "I'm glad you're the father and I'm going to marry you." Surprised, the blonde looked down at her, only to find that she was already asleep. Smirking to himself, he reached around for his sheet and draped it over the two of them, wrapping his arms around her as he did so. "Me too, Shizu-chan." Shizune slowly awoke from her slumber, both opening wide in a yawn. For the most part, she felt thoroughly rested. The comfort she felt while sleeping was unrivaled, and as she creaked her eyes open to see exactly what the warm squishy thing below her was, she instantly understood why. Although it was a bit hard to see in the dimly lit room, she could easily make out the angular face and spiky blonde hair of Naruto. A smirk appeared on her face as she watched and felt the steady breathing coming from his mouth, and she pressed herself tighter against him in an attempt to siphon some more warmth from his body. If she wasn't careful, She could get used to this. She lay her head back down on his chest with a sigh, listening to the powerful thumping of his heart against his ribcage. It was growing harder and harder to believe that they'd been at each other's throats just under a few months ago. A lot had happened since then, and though she hadn't told him yet, she'd recently entered the second trimester of her pregnancy. She'd actually been meaning to ask him to come with her to one of the appointments but had never been able to find a good time to do it. He was always too busy with training for the Anbu. And when he wasn't doing that, training, he was either sleeping or helping out Hinata. Now that she thought about it, they really hadn't spent much time together despite living under the same roof. The sound of one of Naruto's floorboards creaking instantly snapped her out of her thoughts, and the hairs on the back of her neck began to stand up. She glanced up at the blonde to see if he'd noticed, but as she'd expected, he was still blissfully unaware of anything around him. Shrugging slightly, she turned her head to stare in the direction she thought she'd heard the sound. As still too dark in the room to see anything, and the area where the creaking had come from was especially shrouded in shadows. Just as she was about to write the noise off as her own paranoia, she heard the steady thumping of footsteps coming from the dark corner. Feeling the beginnings of fear in the bottom of her stomach, Shizune pushed herself up onto her hands and fully turned her body in the direction of the noise. "Who's there?" she asked, trying to keep her voice down in case she was just imagining things. Her eyes widened in fear as she saw a black figure begin to materialize from the darkness. And she pushed herself up onto her knees in case she had to fight. "You and Naruto-kun didn't come home last night, Shizune-chan." "I was worried." Her body relaxed a bit as she recognized the soft voice of Hinata. "Oh, Hinata, how did you get in here?" The girl smiled softly, stepping all the way out of the darkness. "The front door was unlocked, so I figured you two might be here. More importantly, what are you doing to Naruto-kun?" Shizune froze as she remembered exactly who it was that she was lying on top of. Her face shifting into one of horror, she turned to look at the still smiling Hyuga. "And no, Hinata, this isn't what it looks like. Nothing happened, we just fell asleep this way." Hinata shook her head and widened her smile, taking another step forward. "I know that, silly. You're both still fully clothed. Besides, you don't love Naruto-kun, right?" She started to agree with the smaller girl, but found that her voice wouldn't come out even though he proposed to her. She's just now accepting it. Just how did she feel about Naruto? She wouldn't deny that she liked him, although he could be annoyingly naive and stupid sometimes. For the most part, the blonde was possibly the sweetest person she'd ever met. He was one of the very few people in the world that was truly genuine and dependable, and every time she was around him, she felt safe and secure. "Shish." Lowered her head and stared down at Naruto's chest, struggling to get her thoughts together. Rather than wait for an answer, Hinata nodded her head in understanding. "I see. Well, then, I guess it can't be helped." Shizune's head snapped up just in time to see the Hyuga's Byakugan eyes ablaze with hate, hand outstretched and swirling with murderous blue chakra. She couldn't move in time. Even if she could, her body was frozen in fear, preventing her from moving even an inch. Clenching her eyes shut, she screamed the first thing that came to mind. "Naruto! Shizune! Wake up! Shizune!" Naruto yelled, eyebrows furrowed in fear and concern. The girl shot up in surprise, eyes wide and chest heaving with exertion. A nightmare. It was only a nightmare. She looked over to her right see that there was nothing in the room except the darkness, letting loose a sigh of relief as she did so. "What happened? Are you all right? You just started screaming my name all of a sudden." Her arms collapsed beneath her, sending her sprawling back onto his body. A dream. That's it." He slowly brought a hand up to her back, attempting to calm her down by rubbing it. He'd never seen Shizune so upset before, and to be quite honest, it worried him. "It sounded more like a nightmare to me. Want to tell me about it?" She shook her and sighed, still panting heavily. "What time is it?" He eyed her for a few more seconds before reaching up and grabbing his alarm clock. 4 in the morning. "Why?" She groaned loudly and rolled off of his body, landing on her feet and raising her arms above her head to stretch. She was sure that she looked like shit, but she really wasn't in the mood to be a girl yet. "We should probably head home." "Well, to my home. I told Hinata we'd be back by 12 at the latest. And she might be getting worried about us. What she didn't tell him was that she was afraid of her finding them first. While it'd still look bad for the two of them to show up 4 hours late, it'd look worse if they were 4 hours late in his bed. She quickly adjusted her dress and grabbed her purse off of the floor, looping it haphazardly over her shoulder. Naruto watched her move with concern. Something about her seemed off. She looked worried, frightened, even. Her movements were choppy and sharp as she put herself together, and he swore he saw her hands shake as she slipped her heels on. Shizune, are you sure you're all right? The teenager flashed him a quick grin and turned to leave the room. Promise. Sticking the key into the lock, Shizune slowly turned it in a counterclockwise direction. Every movement she made sounded 10 times louder in her head despite her best efforts to remain quiet. If she was lucky, Hinata would be asleep. She really didn't feel like dealing with her just yet. Shizune. The young woman jumped in surprise, snapping her head up to look at the blonde next to her. His eyebrows were knitted together with worry as his deep blue eyes stared invasive into her own. Not even a hint of amusement flickered across his face, and she realized for the first time that he was honestly, truly concerned about her. What's wrong? Don't say nothing, or I'll keep asking until you tell me. She was touched that he cared. She really was. However, she was also growing increasingly annoyed with the way he seemed to be perceiving her. Shish. He wasn't some weak damsel in distress who needed to be saved by a fearless, handsome prince. She didn't need to be coddled and hugged every second of every day to feel happy or whole. Her problems were her own. Just like they always had been and always would be. You want to know what's wrong? What's wrong is the fact that you think there's something bothering me. I told you I was fine, so drop it. Okay, so maybe she'd been a little harsh with her words. He really didn't deserve the attitude she gave him, but it was the only way she knew he'd listen. Naruto sighed loudly, tilting his head CK and staring up at the sky in what looked to her like annoyance. Right, fine, you know yourself better than I do, so I should just butt out. I got it. She opened her mouth to apologize, but closed it soon after. Why should have to say she was sorry? She hadn't done anything wrong. If anything, it was his fault for being so goddamn pervasive. Turning back to the door, she pulled her key from lock and turned the doorknob as carefully as she could. The entire apartment was dark, as was to be expected given the time of day. Shizune almost felt like sighing in relief. Maybe she really could avoid dealing with Hinata until later that morning. She fully stepped into the apartment and slipped off her heels, kicking them lightly against the wall before walking fully into her home. When she didn't hear Naruto's heavier footsteps behind her, she looked over her shoulder to see him staring at his feet with an unreadable expression. What's up? Aren't you coming in? She asked him, lifting an eyebrow in curiosity. Still not looking at her, he took a small breath of air and frowned. Actually, I think I'm just going to go back to my place. The Junin fully turned around to face him, her eyes opening a little wider in surprise. What? Why? He shrugged his shoulders, sticking his hands into his pockets as he did so. I dunno, I just sort of feel like it. I mean, I haven't been there in a while. And I'm sure you're tired of me being around all the time. So, Shizune swallowed noisily, wanting more than anything to tell him that he was wrong, to tell him that she liked him being there all the time. But she wasn't like that. She didn't need anyone around to feel happy or safe. Oh, well, I guess that's okay. She idly wondered if he was still upset that she wouldn't tell him what was bothering her. Are you coming back tonight? For the first time since they'd started talking, he looked into her eyes with that same unreadable expression. I don't think so. His words hurt something inside of her. She didn't understand it. Just last night, they'd been discussing how great it would be to raise their child together, and not even 6 hours later, he suddenly didn't want anything to do with her. White-hot anger built up in her system, and she marched up to the front door of her apartment with her mouth tightened into a thin line. No, okay, don't feel like you have to come back for my sake. Actually, you know what? Don't come back at all. With that slammed the door in his face and locked it, making sure he heard the click of the latch to tell him that he wasn't welcome anymore. Not that he'd mind, since he'd obviously decided that he was tired of her. While she should have felt satisfaction from the simple action, the emotion that was prevailing over all the others was the exact opposite. She roughly bit her lip to keep from crying. She didn't care. Why should she? She knew he'd go back on his word eventually. Be there for her and the baby. Always support her. What had she been expecting? She knew how men were. She knew how they said whatever they thought would make the woman happy for the time being. He was just giving a pacifier to a baby. It was stupid of her to think that Naruto was any different. Tilting her head back to roll the tears back into her eyes, she stalked off towards her bathroom to take a hot shower. Shizune-chan. Naruto-kun. Is that you? Fuck. In her anger towards the Anbu officer, she'd completely forgotten to keep her voice down to avoid waking Hinata. A pang of fear washed over her as she looked into the smaller girl's violet eyes. Shizune-chan. What happened to Naruto-kun? The Ravenette took a deep breath to calm herself, doing her best to appear as normal as possible. It didn't help that the Haruno had come out fucking nowhere. He went home. He won't be hanging around here much anymore. Before she could ask any more questions, Shizune literally ran into her bathroom, slamming the door behind her. Shortly thereafter, she leaned against the slab of wood and cried. She knew it was pathetic to be crying over the situation, but she couldn't help it. The only thing that comforted her was the fact that no one was around to see her tears. Chapter 8. Later at Naruto homes, Hinata is in front of his house. He opened the door and held out a hand. Want to come in? The blue-haired girl looked up at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. For tea. Just to talk a little. Still in a mild state of shock, Hinata dipped her head and slowly walked into his apartment. She couldn't believe this was happening. After countless days and nights of dreaming about the day she'd finally be invited into his home, it was finally happening. Not in the way she'd imagined it, but she'd take what she could get. Looking around the small room, she noticed that for a guy, he was relatively neat. Besides a few books and scrolls strewn about the living room, his place was nearly spotless. Holding up a box of instant green tea. I only have the cheap stuff. So, she fiercely shook her head, immediately joining him in the kitchen. No, this is more than enough. I'm just happy you offered. When he looked at her strangely, she quickly blushed and lowered her head. She was being way too exuberant in her reactions, and now he probably thought she was weird. See, why couldn't Shizune be like you? With you, I know what's going on, but with her. He groaned deeply, completely missing the cherry-red face of the girl next to him. She felt like she could pass out at any time, and it took all of her willpower just to stay standing. Naruto, her Naruto, had just said she was better than Shizune. That was a bigger compliment than anyone on earth could ever give her. The shrill whistling of the teapot threw her out of her thoughts. And she idly watched the young man pour the hot water into 2 cups. He carefully walked the tray over to his small table and set it down, motioning for her to take a seat. Tea, thank you, she murmured, still unable to believe what was happening. The blonde half smirked and nodded, stirring some sugar into his tea. An awkward silence settled over the two as they sipped and stirred their beverages, both trying to figure out how to say what they wanted to. So, Naruto started, instantly gaining Hinata's attention. How was Shizune? The Hyuga's face noticeably dropped. Of course, she knew why he invited her in the first place. Why was she surprised? She was crying. She said you wouldn't be hanging around as much anymore. The blonde slightly lowered his head, staring into his cup of tea. I see. Seeing the look in his eyes so downtrodden, Hinata felt righteous anger grow within her. Shun didn't deserve someone as kind, gentle, and loyal as Naruto, even if since he came back he took his mask off he was still kind, gentle, and loyal. He just didn't like people letting their emotions clouding their judgment of a mission. She didn't understand him at all, nor did she ever try to. Reaching across the table, she hesitantly placed her hand on top of his. Do you want to tell me about it? He looked up at her with unsure eyes, debating in his mind what to do. Sure, he wanted to talk to someone about their fight. But she was Shizune's best friend, but at least he wasn't talking to someone like Ino who couldn't keep her mouth shut. She tightened her grip and put on her most determined smile. I promise I won't be upset by anything that you say. I'm just here to help. Her smile widened when he dipped his head in reluctant agreement. He sat back in his chair with a frown, trying to figure out where to start. Well, I think the thing that bothers me the most is that I can't figure out where I stand with her. We had such a good time last night that I started to feel like she actually liked me. But then this morning she was all standoffish and tense. It doesn't make any sense. Despite wanting to know exactly what he meant by having a good time, Hinata had bigger things to worry about. If what he said was true, then Shizune was starting to realize exactly how good she had it. The Junin frowned on the inside. She needed to put a stop to this. It's not your fault, Naruto-kun. At his confused expression, she continued. Maybe she didn't want you to get the wrong idea. Perhaps she felt that you were starting to like her as more than a friend and wanted to put a stop to it. His eyes widened slightly as he seemed to understand what she was getting at. I get it. If it's like that, then I suppose it makes perfect sense. His face dropped soon afterwards as he remembered something important. But, she cried. Why would she cry if she just wanted me to keep my distance? The young woman cursed under her breath. He obviously was much smarter than he had the mask on a few years ago. And it was harder to get anything by him. That's because she didn't like hurting you. She still likes you as a friend, Naruto-kun, but not as a boyfriend. Do you understand? To her surprise, the Anbu officer hopped to his feet, turning towards the door with a resolute expression. Yeah, I'm going to talk to her and straighten this whole shit out. It was all just a big misunderstanding. And I don't want her to be upset over something like this. No. Confused, he turned around to shoot her a questioning eyebrow. I mean, you probably shouldn't be around her too much for a little while. I'll relay the message for you, okay? Just give her some time to calm down. In the meantime, I can visit you every day and let you know how she's doing. He seemed to think it over for a few seconds. His face scrunched up as he tossed the idea around in his head. Fine then. Even though I'd rather straighten it out myself, you know Shizune best. Hinata smiled and nodded, taking another sip from her teacup. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I'll take care of everything. Shizune, you really should eat something. You're pregnant, you know. The Ravenet sighed what felt like the 100th time that day. Nodding, she reached for one of the tea cakes resting neatly on the tray in front of her and took a tiny bite, barely even scraping the edge of the pastry. Despite her best efforts, she just couldn't work up an appetite even at the insistence of her hero. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. I'm just not very hungry right now. The blonde narrowed her eyes slightly, peering skeptically at the young kunoichi. Why is that? Didn't you say that you hadn't eaten breakfast? Maybe you'd like some real food. We can continue this discussion at a restaurant, if you want. My treat. While nothing would please her more than to eat a meal with the Hokage, it was impossible. It took all of her willpower just to drink the tea she'd been given. She hung her head in shame, not even able to look the woman in the eyes. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, it was just a suggestion. However, I'm a little concerned about your health. Your last checkup was last week, I believe. What did Shizune say? Still staring at her lap, Shizune mumbled out a response. There's nothing physically wrong with me. She says my lack of appetite is mostly mental. I see. I don't suppose this has anything to do with Naruto. The Ravenet noticeably flinched in her seat. While she didn't want to give the Uzumaki heir any credit for her problem, she had to admit that she hadn't eaten well ever since their fight. However, she was also curious as to how the Hokage had known. And no, why Tsunade-sama? Did he say something was wrong? Rather than answer her question, she leaned back in her large chair and regarded the teenager with a curious stare. Naruto's mission performance has been steadily dropping for the past few weeks. He's been increasingly absent-minded and clumsy, so much so that he almost caused his squad to fail in their last mission. No one can figure out why, so I thought maybe your situation was linked with his. Shizune glanced up at her master in mild surprise. What was she trying to say? That Naruto was suffering because of her. She snorted at the thought. He sure hadn't been suffering when he'd left her. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. By her tone of voice, Tsunade could tell that she was anything but sorry. While she'd had her suspicions before, she now knew for a fact that something had happened. Dealing with pregnancy drama wasn't exactly her forte. But since the health of her unborn niece was at stake, she decided that she could stomach it this one time. Indeed, perhaps you can meet with him when he gets back from his mission. You know, give him a pep talk or go out to eat or something. Cheer him up. Tsunade-sama, I don't think. He should be back in a couple of hours if everything went according to plan. That's plenty of time to change and make any relevant preparations, don't you think? Shizune hung her head, feeling utterly horribly in front of her master. What could she say? Oh, I've been lying this entire time. Naruto and I actually don't like each other's guts. Yeah, that'd go over real well. Instead, she stood to her feet and bowed in front of the Hokage. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, but I really have to go now. With that, the girl abruptly turned around and walked towards the large double doors of the office. Frowning, the Sannin reached for her hidden bottle of sake, pouring the alcohol into her teacup with a sigh. She was getting too old for this. Gripping the scroll tightly under one arm, Naruto hopped through the trees at a remarkably fast pace, easily avoiding the large tree branches and leaves in his path. He'd be lying to himself if he said that he wasn't happy. After the immense amount of mistakes he'd made on his last mission, he had done everything in his power to make this one as perfect as possible. The goal had been simple: deliver the signed treaty with Kiri from their village to Konoha. While this normally wouldn't be so tough, Iwagakure apparently didn't approve of the agreement. NT and had sent over 20 Junin-level shinobi to take them down. The battle had been a bit tough in the beginning, but once he'd gained enough breathing room to pull out his newly developed Tornado Cyclone Fury, it had been relatively easy to reduce the group of Iwa ninja to bloody masses of flesh. Slow down, a feminine voice called from behind him. We don't have to be back for another few hours. And we're only half an hour's jogging distance from the village. Naruto glared over his shoulder at his squad leader and teammates, frowning deeply behind his mask. But I want to complete this mission. I could have gotten you guys killed on the last mission, and by completing it a little earlier, we get paid extra. The woman grunted as she flipped over a particularly large branch. Wow, a whole 1,000 yen. Woohoo. The blonde rolled his eyes and turned forward again. She'd thank him once they got there. Honestly, he was starting to miss being around Shizune. He hadn't seen hide nor hair of her for almost 3 weeks. But according to Hinata, she was doing just fine without him. He was immensely grateful to the Hyuga for helping him out. She'd stopped by every single day to relay information on the Ravenet to him. And more often than not, she'd also bring him dinner. Despite all the girl had done, though, he couldn't help but want to see how Shizune was doing for himself. If it's any consolation, I'm sure you could find a new girlfriend pretty easily. Hell, I'd even take you on for a little while if you wanted me to. The violent coughing of his other 2 teammates told him all he needed to know. And shooting the woman a sheepish grin, he shook his head. I'm fine. There's the village. Using a little extra chakra, he launched himself as far as he could towards Konoha, putting as much distance between them as possible. Glaring over her shoulder at the other 2 men in her team, the kunoichi sucked her teeth and moved to catch up. Damn, almost had him. They reached Anbu headquarters in another 10 minutes, and not wanting to be caught by his overly flirtatious squad leader again, Naruto speedily changed into his normal gear. You leaving already? One of his teammates asked. Towel wrapped around his waist as he emerged from the shower. We were all gonna spend that extra 1,000 yen you got us on some beers. Slipping on a plain white t-shirt, the blonde shrugged his shoulders. Sorry. Maybe next time for sure, though. He waved to the man and slipped out of the men's changing room, being sure to stick close the walls lest he run into his crazy teammate. He was so caught up in avoiding the older woman that he completely missed the girl that had so easily walked up behind him. Uzumaki-san. Naruto slowly turning his head to meet the serious and mildly impassive eyes of Hyuga Hanabi. We need to talk. So, Hanabi, Naruto started, awkwardly picking at his plate of sashimi. Shortly after the girl's proclamation that she needed to speak with him, the 2 shinobi had relocated to a sushi restaurant a few blocks away. He didn't quite understand how it had turned out like this, but somehow, the younger Hyuga didn't seem like the type to take no for an answer. What did you want? With a grace only seen by members of the Hyuga clan, the 13-year-old gingerly placed her chopsticks on her plate and used her napkin to lightly dab at the corners of her mouth. It is about Oni-sama. She paused as if waiting for him to say something, and when he didn't, she continued. I wish for you to stop seeing her. Naruto stared at her in disbelief, waiting for the girl to laugh or at least crack a smile. When she didn't, he leaned forward a little in his seat. Excuse me. A brief look of annoyance passed over her face. I wish for you to stop seeing my one-sama. Her dull, violet eyes bore into his with what he assumed to be impatience. Did she think they were dating or something? I'm not sure I follow. Hinata and I aren't going out or anything. If it was even possible, the genin's eyes glared harder into his. So you're just screwing her on the side, then. Unfortunately for him, Naruto had just chosen that moment to take a swig from his glass of tea. He widened his eyes, surprised she would say that, unable to believe the words that had come out of the Hyuga's mouth. Me and Hinata? No. For the first time since they'd met, Hanabi looked confused. She was certain they had been sleeping together, but the shocked look on his face told her otherwise. That's what I've been saying. No, we haven't. He was GL. Add that they'd chosen a table in the very back of the nearly empty restaurant. This conversation would be incredibly awkward if there were a lot of other people around. Save for an old, brown-haired W. Oman and what looked like a drunken young Chunin, they were alone in the sushi hut. Still, the girl narrowed her eyes angrily, giving him the infamous Hyuga glare. You're lying. If you don't love her, return my one-sama to me at once. Already tired of the argument and annoyed of a brat ordering him around, Naruto leaned back and groaned. I'm not. Look, Hinata's just been helping me out lately, that's all. He could literally see understanding begin to pour into Hanabi's face, and sighing on the inside, he was glad that she seemed to be finally getting it. But, she suddenly left home a few months ago, and when I finally found her again, she was just leaving your apartment. I assumed that she was living with you. At this bit of information, the blonde's eyebrows shot up into his forehead. Something obviously wasn't adding up here. Wait, don't you know that Hinata's been staying at Shizune's place to help her with the pregnancy? That was it. Activating her Byakugan, Hanabi banged her fist on the table and stood up. Face twisted in obvious rage. Stop fucking with me. Do you have any idea how serious this is? If anyone else finds out that the Hyuga heiress has been screwing around with the likes of you, the clan's reputation will be ruined. I'm trying to give you a chance to back out now before my father and everyone else finds out. The Anbu officer arched his eyebrow at the outburst. Like I said, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, why fuck don't you go to Shizune's apartment and see for yourself? She glared into his eyes for a few tense seconds. Just wait. Ing for him to avert his gaze or give some kind of sign that he was deceiving her, but shiver at his cold blue eyes. She sat down in her chair with a loud sigh, holding her forehead in her hands. You're really telling the truth, aren't you? Naruto grunted annoyedly, rolling his eyes as if saying, no fucking shit. Hanabi lifted her head with a frown. I can't believe Shizune agreed to it, though. I thought she'd be petrified of one-sama after what happened. The young man narrowed his eyes. This was new. He hadn't heard anything about problems between the two until now. Petrified. Hanabi. What exactly happened between Hinata and Shizune? The girl let loose another sigh, once again dropping her eyes to the table in front of her. There was really no easy way to say this without painting her sister in a bad light. Oni-sama said some things to Shizune-san after she heard about the pregnancy. She started, idly stirring her now lukewarm tea with her spoon. Naruto's gaze hardened. What kinds of things? For some reason, she felt intimidated and scared by his stare. The only person who had even dared to look at her like that was her father, and seeing it come from someone else was somewhat frightening. I have to go now. She didn't have to look up at him to know that he was glaring intently at her. Even if his anger wasn't directed at herself, she still felt a little bit of fear in the bottom of her stomach. The genin stood to her feet and grabbed her purse, placing a few bills on the table. Just as she was about to leave, Naruto grabbed her tiny wrist in his much larger hand. What kinds of things? He repeated, voice much more dangerous than it had been before. Both ninjas' eyes stared into the other's. Hanabi attempted to rip her arm from his grasp, but found Th. At the blonde was much stronger than he looked at first glance. "Let me go. You're hurting me." Frowning, he loosened his grip on her wrist. She stepped back and rubbed at the slightly sore appendage. "Sorry," he muttered, a forlorn look appearing on his face. "It's just that this whole pregnancy thing has got me so fucking confused, and now that I finally have a lead as to what's going on, I don't want to let it go." The girl snorted in disbelief, regaining a bit of her confidence now that she had managed to put some distance between them. To be honest, he hadn't known what to expect. The only other pregnant woman he'd ever known had been Kurenai, and Shikamaru had been extremely tight-lipped about things during her pregnancy. However, the tired and annoyed expression constantly marring Hai's friend's face should have told him something. Even if he himself didn't know it yet, the blonde really did care for Shizune, so much so that it was starting to make her jealous, and she didn't even like the guy. Turning her back on the Anbu officer, she clutched her purse tighter in her tiny hand. "Anyway, just get one Sama away from Shizune. I have a feeling that once that happens, everything will turn out all right." Naruto snapped his head up in surprise. Was she helping him? "And don't tell one Sama that I told you about this. I don't want her to hate me." The blonde walked over to the younger girl. She stood shocked as he lightly rubbed her on top of the head, much like an older brother would do to his younger sister. "Thank you, Hanabi." She watched him go with a steadily growing blush, marveling at how good the simple action had felt. She could now understand a little of why her sister had fallen in love with him. The people below him were a blur as he jumped through the rooftops at top speed, using every ounce of his remaining energy to get to Shizune's apartment as fast as he could. He hadn't even thought about placing one of his seals near her home, but he swore to himself that it'd be the first thing he did once he got a chance. Chapter 9. Cursing under his breath, he used the Hiraishin no Jutsu to teleport himself a few dozen yards closer to his destination. His chakra was a bit low, but it was well worth it. He reached her apartment building in seconds, and after waiting another few seconds to catch his breath, he bolted up the stairs at top speed. I didn't quite understand why he was rushing. If nothing had happened in the few months that Hinata had been living with them, there was a very small chance that something would happen now. It wasn't as if she'd suddenly try to kill Shizune or anything. Even if they were fighting, Hinata would never take it that far. He knocked on her door in anxiousness, banging a little louder on the flimsy wooden entrance than he'd intended. Though he'd discerned that nothing would happen, he still felt a bit on edge for some reason. His instincts were rarely wrong, but in this case, they had to be. Naruto knocked on the door again, growing more and more impatient with each passing second. I'm coming. He heard a muffled voice call from inside the apartment. The sound of 3 locks opening reached his ears, and when the door finally opened, he stared down into the shocked eyes of Shizune. Neither one of them moved for all of 10 seconds, both of them just staring at each other in a mixture of surprise and relief. Naruto's eyes slowly trailed downwards until they landed on her engorged stomach. He's gotten bigger, he remarked, noticing the bulge in her t-shirt. The Junin shook her head and rubbed her stomach, grunting at his statement. No, she's gotten bigger. The blonde actually laughed out loud, in turn causing Shizune to do the same. Just as quickly as she had started, the Ravenette stopped laughing once she realized exactly what she was doing. Narrowing her eyes, she placed her hand back on the doorknob and glared up at him. It was annoying how easily he'd managed to lower her defenses. Her frown deepened. She resolved not to let him sweet-talk his way back into her bed like he wanted. What do you want? I told you you're not welcome here. Rather than retort like she expected, he stepped forward and enveloped her in a tight hug, inadvertently pulling her off of her feet. I missed you. Both teenagers were shocked by his words. Shizune because she hadn't expected him to say them so bluntly, and Naruto because he hadn't expected to say them at all. His original purpose had been to make Hinata leave, but once he'd laid eyes on the girl, he hadn't been able to keep his true feelings from coming out. Before he could get too comfortable, she placed her hands on his chest and pushed him away. To his surprise, tears were beginning to build up in the corners of her eyes, and she glared up at him with as much hatred as she could muster. Am I just supposed to hug you back and forget about the fact that you abandoned me again? Tell you that everything's forgiven just because you came back? Stop screwing around. If you don't have anything else to say, leave. Naruto stared down at her with a small smile, pissing her off even more than she thought possible. You think I'm joking? Go away. Is Hinata here? Largely taken aback by his question, Shizune glanced up to see that although the smile still remained on his face, his eyes had taken on a deathly serious look. She slowly nodded her head, unsure as to exactly what he wanted. He surprised her again by brushing past her and walking into her apartment, presumably in search of the Hyuga. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't I just tell you to leave? Hey, unfortunately, her shouts fell on deaf ears. He walked into her bedroom and looked around, eyes scanning every corner of the room. When he didn't find Hinata, he turned around and headed towards the bathroom. On his way there, Shizune grabbed him roughly by the sleeve and attempted to pull him back towards the front door, only to be dragged along by the much stronger Anbu officer. Naruto, don't you hear me? Get out. Hinata, are you in there? Silence met his question, and after waiting another few seconds, he walked over to the last remaining room. God damn it, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, listen to me. As if hearing her for the first time, he stopped and looked down at the heavily breathing girl. Sweat beaded her forehead from exertion, and her cheeks were flushed a light red with what he assumed to be anger. Shizune, you shouldn't be moving around so much. You're pregnant, you know. The Junin's jaw dropped open. Just, whose fault do you think it is that I'm moving around at all? What the hell do you want, anyway? Naruto sighed. Why was she being so difficult? He didn't remember Shizune being nearly this annoying. Before, well, at least she wasn't as annoying as Sakura. Well, just trust me. The words were simple, but she couldn't think of any reason not to believe him. His eyes radiated nothing but sincerity, a fact that was both comforting and infuriating at the same time. Rather than answer, she slowly released his arm, allowing him to continue on towards the kitchen. Unsurprisingly, Hinata stood in front of the stove, stirring what looked like a pot of soup. Hinata. The girl jumped in surprise, simultaneously turning to look at him. When she saw who it was, her face gradually relaxed into a smile. And she reached around behind herself to untie her apron. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? I told you to leave everything to me. Her voice was neither angry nor overly surprised, causing he blonde to blink a few times in sureness. Despite what he'd been told by Hanabi, Hinata just didn't seem like the type to intentionally deceive anyone. If he thought about it, however, the way Shizune had been acting suddenly made a lot of sense, too much sense to disregard. He cared for the Hyuga, but in this situation, the mother of his baby would have to come first. Hinata, can you do me a favor? She tilted her head in curiosity, her smile widening just a little. Sure, what is it? I want you to go home. Her smile froze. She slowly brought her hands down to her sides, apron still hanging loosely around her waist. Oh, okay. Well, I'll come back tomorrow and… Hinata. The girl's eyes slowly began to moisten, and she took a desperate step towards the blonde. But, why? What did I do? I'm only trying to help. Even as she pleaded with him, his expression didn't change. Please just leave. At least for now. Large tears rolled down her cheeks, dripping off of her chin onto the cloth tied around her midsection. She lowered her head and took slow, mournful steps towards the kitchen's exit, loosening the apron enough so that it could fall to the floor on its own. The blonde watched her leave with barely contained sorrow. He knew he was being cruel towards one of his better friends, and promised to make it up to her. Somehow, but he had to do what was necessary. Then again, he was longer wearing his mask, so he knew this had to be done. What she'd said couldn't have been bad enough to deserve this, but at the same time, it was obviously enough to constantly put Shizune on. She left the large room. Shizune stood up from her seat on the couch in surprise. What's going on? She asked, eyebrows furrowed in concern. Are you going somewhere? The glare that Hinata sent her almost caused the Ravenet to gasp out in fear. Hatred seemed to literally pour from her eyes, smothering the entire room in a swirl of loathing and anger. It was the same exact look she'd seen on Hyuga's face when she'd tried to kill her all those months ago. She stood paralyzed, eyes wide and fingers clenched in an effort to calm down. Whatever had happened between the two in kitchen, Nada obviously thought that it was her fault. The smaller girl slowly walked through the already open door of her apartment, only to have it closed behind her by a mentally torn Naruto. He honestly hated hurting the people he cared about. Judging by his demeanor, he clearly hadn't noticed the glare. "What the hell did you do?" Shizune shrieked, eyes still wide with fear. "This is why I wanted you to leave. Every time you show up something worse happens. If you'd have just minded your own goddamn business, then. Why didn't you tell me you were afraid of Hinata?" The Junin's voice died in her throat. The small smile he'd had on his face since he'd arrived was long gone, instead being replaced by a dangerously angry frown. How had he found out? There was no possible way that Hinata would ever reveal their fight. And the only people who were around at the time were Hinata, the guards, and Hanabi. If she thought about it, the young Hyuga had to be the one to tell Naruto. She was certain had Hinata hadn't told her younger sister about coming to help with the pregnancy, and knowing how much the genin admired her older sister, she'd eventually try to find out where she was staying. It made perfect sense. "Don't try to act like you care now." The Anbu officer's eyes glared into hers, and he slowly began to walk in direction. "Don't try to act like I care. I do care, but you're the one pushing me away. Every time I try to help or look out for you, you either insist that you're alright or tell me to leave. I can't understand you." Shizune almost laughed in disbelief. Where the fuck did he get off yelling at her like it was her fault? "Oh, and I suppose I'm the one who told you to leave me standing alone in the park like an idiot, crying my eyes out because you decided that you didn't want any part of your baby." Naruto's eyes wavered slightly, and he stopped momentarily to gaze at her. That was different. The Junin turned to face him, eyes emblazoned with rage. How is it different? Is it different because you say it is? What kind of bullshit logic is that? Stop trying to change the subject. I asked you why you didn't tell me about Hinata. I don't have to tell you anything. Just leave like you always do when things get tough. Shizune felt her heart jump when he began to approach her again, and she slowly backed up towards her room. "Stop it." She threw a punch towards his face. But to her surprise, he easily caught it without as much as a flinch. Before she could use her other hand, he also grabbed that one and shoved her against her room door. Holding both of arms above her head using only one of his hands. "Let me go." She struggled against his grasp with all of her might, even going as far as using her legs to kick him. To counter this, Naruto pushed her closer against the door using his own body, effectively stopping all of her attacks. "Why are you being so damn difficult? Why can't you just answer one fucking question?" Rather than answer, she bucked her body against his in an attempt to free herself, fighting against him with her last bit of remaining energy. She hated how helpless she felt underneath him. Was this the result of not training for a few months? Or was he always this? Much stronger than her? She seems to forget Naruto was trained by Jiraiya, making him another version of Itachi without being cold. She paused momentarily to catch her breath, glaring into his eyes with as much hatred as she could muster. To her complete surprise, the angry look on his face was gone. In its place was an inexplicably blank one, and she noticed with a small amount of fear that he was beginning to look at her strangely. "What?" she spat, flinching a little as his eyes wandered over her face. She suddenly felt naked under his gaze, growing more and more uncomfortable with each passing second. Her eyes popped open in shock when he lowered his face towards hers and captured her lips in a rough, forceful kiss. She screamed desperately into his mouth, but her cries were easily deafened by the presence of his lips. She struggled viciously against him for another few seconds, but she eventually quieted down and allowed him to kiss her. Feeling tears begin to streak down her cheeks from the simple action. When he finally pulled away for a breath of air, she immediately began to break down into small sobs. "I hate you," she simpered, lips still tingling and trembling from the kiss. Naruto looked down at her with that strange, blank gaze, panting just as hard as she was. "I hate you too." He didn't quite understand why he'd done it himself. He'd been furious with her only a few minutes before, but then he'd made the mistake of allowing his eyes to wander over her body. After noticing the powerful heaving of her chest and the deep red blush adorning her cheeks from all of the yelling, he hadn't been able to help himself. It also didn't help that she had her lightly curled hair hanging loosely around her shoulders. frazzled by their brief physical encounter. He hated that power she had over him, the power to overload every one of his senses without even trying. Their eyes met again, and despite her intense anger towards the blonde, she couldn't help but want him to kiss her for a second time. Her wish was rewarded when he gently brushed his lips against hers, sending sparks all throughout her body. It was horribly, incredibly, inconceivably annoying how easily he could calm her nerves and redirect her anger, but at that moment, she didn't give a damn. Although she wouldn't admit it, she'd missed him just as much if not more than he'd missed her. He gradually began to relax his grip on her arms, allowing her to drop and wrap them around his neck. She instantly took the chance to deepen the kiss, standing up on her toes and licking at his lips with her tongue. She moaned in pleasant surprise when he grabbed her around the hips and hoisted her up onto his waist, using the door behind her to brace them. Naruto quickly became bored with simple kissing and broke the lip lock, deciding to attack the area between her ear and collarbone with his teeth and lips. Shizune sighed and cooed from his ministrations, tilting her head to the right to give him better access. He'd never done this to her before, or rather, she should say she didn't remember him doing this. His lips suddenly latched onto an especially sensitive part of her neck, and she squealed loudly when he began to suck on the smooth skin. "Are they bigger?" he asked, eyebrows shooting into his forehead. Shizune only grinned and shrugged, idly rolling her hips against the thing pressing against her. "Why don't you see for yourself?" Naruto didn't have to be told twice. He easily lifted her off of the wall and made a beeline towards her couch, eagerly placing her on the "well?" she asked, fighting down her nervousness as best she could. She was curious as to what he'd do with them first, but to her absolute shock, he asked them all together and leaned her back on the chair. Hovering over her with a menacing smirk, he slipped his hand into her loose pants and went straight for her panties. Her eyes suddenly narrowed as she realized something important, and pushing him away, her dark brown eyes glared into his. "You're a little too good at this. You weren't screwing some slut while you were gone, were you?" If it wasn't for the fact that the question had literally come out of nowhere, he might have snickered. Instead, he leaned in again and placed a small peck on her lips, smirking when her eyes briefly closed to savor the kiss. "Trust me, there's no way I'd be able to handle another woman. You're trouble enough as it is." A smile lit up her face, inadvertently endearing herself to the blonde even more. He didn't know why it had taken so long to notice, but now that he looked at her, Shizune really was gorgeous. He couldn't find a single thing wrong with her physically. Her eyes were bright, her smile was enlightening. Her body was in perfect shape, though with a small bulge due to the baby, and her forehead was exactly the right size. For the first time since they'd met, he actually considered the idea of spending the rest of his life with her, even though it proposed to her. "Naruto." The teenager shook his head, looking down at the slightly concerned Ravenet. "Are you all right? You kind of zoned out on me." He smirked mischievously and began to work on the girl once again, instantly eliciting another moan from her lips. "You should worry about yourself first." It positively amazed her how quickly things had turned around. They'd gone from fighting to fucking in approximately 15 minutes, allowing their lust to take reign over the majority of their brains. Although they weren't using words, they were communicating on a much deeper level than either of them could ever comprehend. Her last coherent thought was that whoever had come up with the famous words, "Make love, not war," was a fucking genius. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.